Good morning. I'll ask the team to please elevate the court reporter to panelist. Both. There are two court reporter links. And there we are. And so I will turn to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning. It is May 23rd, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. The hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar. It is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. And both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We will follow our usual scheduling practices today with a hard stop at 5 p.m. We do have Nicole Mullen who will be handling exhibits, and if you are a representative asking questions of our witnesses, you're welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly and ask her to bring up a particular exhibit. I believe where we left off yesterday, this is our fourth day of hearing this week, where we left off yesterday was with cross-examination of panel 4. We had Ms. White and Mr. Georgie, and I believe Ms. Safdie was mostly complete, but not completely complete with her cross-examination of these witnesses. I also have a tentative order of go, which I believe puts Mr. Cho as our next questioner. We went through that. With those notes on where we are procedurally, I will look to the room. If we can please elevate Mr. Cho. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency, NRDs 999, 2060, and 2068. The various protesting parties have done some further coordination. I believe Mr. Busher is ready to go, and so I agreed that he can follow Ms. Safdie's cross-examination. And I believe he said he had about 30 to 40 minutes. And then I believe I would be after him, and then followed by Mr. Schutz, and then Ms. Tabor and Ms. Moskal.
Great, thank you very much. That's helpful. With that, I think my intent, and you can think about whether there are other procedural issues, please feel free to raise your hand, but if we can please elevate Ms. Carroll, and then I will look to also elevating the DWR witnesses, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie, as well as Ms. Morris. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carroll for the Department of Water Resources.
Good morning, Mr. Georgie.
Good morning, Brian Georgie for the Department of Water Resources.
Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning.
And we also typically have, I believe, there's Mr. Krieger. Let's please elevate Mr. Krieger, as is our practice. And good morning, Ms. White.
Good morning. Hearing Officer Kinsey, did you hear Ms. White?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I mean, I did, but I think it was through her microphone, is what I mean to say. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. And if we can please elevate Ms. Safdie. And absent any hands, I think once we see Ms. Safdie, I will hand things over. Good morning, Ms. Safdie.
Good morning, hearing officer.
It's still morning. Yes, it's not morning where you are.
No longer.
With that, I will hand things over to you to pick up with your cross-examination of this panel.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Mr. Georgie, I actually have just a few questions for you before going back to Ms. White. So you drafted the report evaluating the potential DCP capacity during excess conditions, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you evaluated the potential capacity of the North Delta intakes to divert excess flows just from December through June, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you assumed for this analysis that the Bay Delta standards contained in D1641 would apply to the DCP operations, is that correct?
That is correct. For those 4 years, I worked on the assumption that the regulatory environment existing at those times would exist, as well as the criteria under the ITP application.
Okay, and how would your conclusions about North Delta diversions change if you were to substitute a 55 unimpaired outflow requirement into your analysis?
Objection, calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
Mr. Georgie, if you have an opinion, you can express it.
I do not have opinion on how that potential regulation could be implemented and applied to this instances.
You haven't done that analysis.
I have not.
And likewise, do you have an opinion on how your conclusions would change if you were to substitute a 75% outflow requirement into the analysis?
Same objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Georgie.
I have no opinion on how such a condition would apply under these conditions.
And similarly, you did not analyze diversions with a 75% outflow requirement in place.
No, we did not analyze how such a regulation could be implemented or in place under such conditions.
Okay. And your analysis assumed that a minimum NDOI of 35,000 CFS was required before any diversions from the North Delta intakes could occur, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
No, could you correct that for me then?
There is a requirement, I believe, through March through May that has a 3,500 NDOI before the DCP could be used, but it did not apply for the entire period. The bypass rules are done by the sorry, I'm blanking on the name of the document right now.
Okay. Thank you. So you did assume a 35,000 CFS minimum NDOI from March through May in your analysis.
Yes.
Okay. But that's not the operational constraint in the February 2025 operations plan, is it?
I can't remember offhand if that criteria changed between the operations plans.
Would you like me to pull it up to refresh your memory?
Yes, if you'd like to have me read a document, I can do that.
Okay, let's just quickly, Ms. Mullen, if you don't mind, pull up DWR 00805R, and I believe it's PDF page 13. So if you look at paragraph 3.1.1.3, March through May, you can see that this uses a diversion limit of 20,000 CFS, and then has a specified diversion limit for 20,000 CFS to 35, and then another above 35. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe you read that correctly.
So you didn't run your analysis using those operational constraints, did you?
That is correct. I ran the conditions under the ITP application criteria, not those from the ITP.
Okay, and do you know how your conclusions would be affected if you were to run this with the operational constraints in the actual February 2025 operations plan?
Objection, vague and ambiguous to which operational constraints?
I'll just specify the ones that we were just talking about, so the ones contained in paragraph 3.1.1.3.
It will be very dependent upon the conditions for any particular year on how they would change.
Okay, and you didn't attempt to quantify the difference?
For this assessment, no.
No, okay. Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna direct my questions back to Ms. White, please. Thank you, Mr. Georgie. Ms. White, you've testified that the D1641 standards are adopted by the board to identify beneficial uses and protect beneficial uses. Is that correct?
One more time, please.
You testified that the D1641 standards are adopted by the board to identify beneficial uses and protect beneficial uses. Is that correct?
The board identifies beneficial uses and adopts the standards to protect those beneficial uses.
Okay, I apologize. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 00300 revised? I believe that's Ms. White's revised testimony. And PDF page 2, please. Line 9. Okay, so you see where you've testified the D1641 standards are adopted by the State Water Resources Control Board to identify beneficial uses and protect beneficial uses. Is that correct?
That's what my testimony states, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that the board's October 2024 draft plan would incorporate tribal beneficial uses for tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing?
I do understand that, yes.
Okay,
Do
and you're
understand.
aware that the board is considering formally designating the cull beneficial use that's tribal tradition and culture in the Bay Delta plan as part of the current Bay Delta plan update?
Not to that level of detail, no.
Are you aware of the board's proposal to designate cull as a beneficial use?
I am aware that the board is looking at tribal beneficial uses.
Okay,
I'm not familiar with all of the beneficial uses.
I see. If those beneficial uses are adopted, would DWR need to consider protection of the tribal beneficial uses in its operation of the State Water Project?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for speculation. Water quality control plans have to be implemented, and there's no
Ms.
implementation
Morris, Ms.
plan.
Morris, it's not the time for legal argument, but I do understand that. I guess Ms. White, to the extent you have an understanding, if you do, please respond.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Is it correct that once adopted, DWR, and I'm asking you specifically in your role as operations manager, DWR would need to consider protection of tribal beneficial uses in its operation of the State Water Project? Is that right?
I can't say that at this point because the board has not issued any final determination or issuance of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan.
But in your
But until that's done, it's purely speculation on how any additional beneficial uses would be implemented through operations at this point.
in your role as operations manager, though, you do consider protection of beneficial uses in the operation of the State Water Project.
As incorporated into the Water Quality Control Plan.
So it is correct then if the tribal beneficial uses were incorporated, you would consider those as well.
Objection, cause for speculation, asked and answered.
Well, sustained, and so Ms. Safdie, I mean, there is a legal issue here that I think it's going to lead to confusing testimony because there's a question of implementation. I'm not sure Ms. White is in a position to provide testimony with respect to that, what I think is a tricky legal issue.
Okay, well, let me just ask Ms. White then. Did you consider the board's proposal to adopt the tribal beneficial uses in developing the operations plan for the Delta Conveyance project?
The operations plan is based upon current regulatory requirements as we know them now, those that are set forth in D-1641 and those that are set forth in the incidental take permit issued by CDFW.
Okay, so I believe that was a no then.
Because we don't know what those are yet to incorporate anything outside of what is known at this point.
Okay. Let's go to another subject then, please. Let's see. This is for Ms. White again. Ms. White, you've testified that once the Delta Conveyance project is constructed and operational, its operations must be in compliance with the state water project permits, correct?
Correct.
And in your assessments, you've assumed that the state water project permits allow state water project facilities to divert up to a combined total of 10,350 CFS. Is that right?
Correct. I have
Okay.
that was stated in my testimony.
Okay, so it's fair to say that the operations plan, the February 2025 operation plan assumes that 10,350 CFS is the applicable permit limit on DCP operations.
That is a condition in our current water rights permit.
Okay, and a condition in the operations plan.
The operations plan does state that as well.
Okay. As the operations manager, is it within your responsibility to ensure that DWR's diversion rates and volumes are accurately monitored, recorded, and reported to the State Water Board?
We do have requirements to submit annual reporting to the water board on our water rights permits.
How are the diversion rates monitored and reported?
Can you be more specific on diversion rates, please? And what permit term?
Yep. How are the total diversion rates of state water project facilities monitored and reported?
Action vague and ambiguous. That's the location.
Can you specify a location, Ms. Safdie? I mean, it can be general.
Oh, I'm asking in the aggregate. So the total diversion across the state water project facilities.
Same objection.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, what's the confusion?
Ms. Safdie is asking about permit terms and then applying a total permit diversion. And there are different permit terms for different locations like Oroville versus South Delta and different diversion rates. So it's hard to answer that question in the aggregate specific to permit terms and how they're monitored and reported.
Ms. Safdie, will you just run the question by me again? For all of them, please.
Sure. How are the aggregate diversion rates across the state water project facilities monitored and reported?
I think I'll allow that question. Go ahead, Ms. White.
My hearing checked out for a split moment. Can you repeat your question, please?
Certainly. How are the aggregate diversion rates across state water project facilities monitored and reported?
We have gauges at Lake Oroville where we are reporting in real time storages and inflows coming into the lake. And then we have processes to collect all of that information and submit to the board on an annual basis. And go ahead.
No, please finish your statement.
And then I was just going to hit on the Delta as well. We have facilities that we track inflows coming in, from our South Delta export facilities on the CDEC, which is the California Data Exchange Center. And so those are posted on a daily limit information to the board.
Ms. White, can you just repeat that last sentence again? I can't tell if your audio was cutting out or if it was on my end.
I'll start. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Good. So with the Delta, we have gauges in the system that are tracking and reporting on a publicly available website, the California Data Exchange Center, that records and provides on a daily basis the inflows coming in from the Delta into the South Delta export facilities.
And Ms. White, is DWR tracking volumes of water diverted as well as rates?
We track volumes as well.
And are those records readily available to the State Water Board and the public?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as a time frame for the records.
Do you have a specific time frame, Ms. Safdie?
I'm asking as a matter of DWR procedure, are those volumes that you collect, are those records readily available to the board and the public?
Can you be more specific? Sorry.
Well, let me see if I can. I think, Ms. Safdie, that practice may have changed. So the time, that's what I think it does actually will help the question if you specify in what time period you were talking about.
Okay, so let's say prior to 2009. So let's say in the period between 2000 and 2009, are those the record, DWR's records of volumes that were being diverted, are those readily available to the State Water Board and the public?
We have provided we provide annual reporting to the water board on an annual basis based upon the water board's requirements as well as our permit conditions.
So I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand the answer. Is your answer that those records are readily available to the State Water Board and the public?
Well, it's information that we've submitted to the water board, so I would presume, yes, that would be available to the water board. It is, I guess, more specificity on readily available. It's all public information that can be requested.
Thank you, that's helpful. Ms. Choi, what is the total estimated diversion capacity of the state water facilities in the aggregate without the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what facilities.
You specify, Ms. Safdie.
So looking at the state water facilities, state water project facilities and the aggregate, what is the current total capacity of the state water facility for water diversions, state water project facility for diversions?
Maybe let me help. Maybe Ms. Safdie, are you intending to include on-stream reservoirs? That sort of introduces some complexity here.
Sure. Let's talk about export facilities.
So can you restate your question with that specificity, please?
Well, let me just ask this another way. Do the state water project facilities, as they exist now without the Delta Conveyance project, do they have the capacity to divert a combined total of 10,350 CFS of water?
When you talk about state water project facilities, can you be more specific, please? because can you restate your question?
I'm going to try to help to move this along more efficiently. I think Ms. Safdie referring to the South Delta export pumps. So let's try the question with respect to that facility, Ms. White.
The export facility capacity at Banks Pumping Plant is 10,300 CFS, I believe.
10,300 CFS. Okay. And to your knowledge, has the South Delta, those South Delta export facilities, have those ever diverted up to the maximum 10,300 CFS?
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I just wanted to object to this line of questioning. I think we've let it go on. I think this is the subject of the supplemental information. And so to the extent that this is going to be produced, all of this information per your order on Tuesday, it feels more appropriate that these questions be reserved for June 10th.
That might be more efficient. I also want to give Ms. Safdie the opportunity to ask questions of this witness about her knowledge on this topic. So I will allow it, but I understand Ms. Morris. I mean, and we will be addressing this issue, it sounds like, in more detail later. But
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, pursuant to your, I think, statement, I can't remember the day, it's been so many days. Ms. White will be appearing on the panel on June 10th on this issue and can answer questions at that time when the information is in front of all the parties and the explanation that you requested is also available.
Barring a protective order, which puts me in a tricky situation.
I believe Mr. Miles, I believe that was denied yesterday. I don't know because we were in the hearing, but Mr. Krieger could opine on that.
My understanding is that the motion for protective order is still on calendar for June 4th, but maybe Mr. Krieger, if you should be here as a panelist, would you be willing to comment briefly on whether there's still an outstanding request by state water contractors with the courts for a motion for protective order with respect to DWR's production of a witness on June 10th and 11th?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm having some video issues, so I'm not sure if I'm coming across. Yeah, just to update everyone, the ex-parte application for the temporary restraining order yesterday was denied, but there is the motion for protective order is still on calendar for June 4th.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Krieger. So I think, given that uncertainty, Mr. Cho, would you like to chime in?
Thank you, Ms. Kinsey. I'm sorry, I feel like I need to object to Ms. Morris's objection. The subject matter being asked about is squarely within Ms. White's expertise regarding historical operation of the State Water Project. It's fine that DWR wants to provide additional information with Ms. White's assistance in June. However, cross-examination generally is not limited to the scope of a witness's testimony in these proceedings. And while it may be more efficient to create an artificial barrier on questions we may ask on this day, I don't understand the legal reasoning or rationale for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. I think you, well, and I see there are other hands. So what I was going to say, I think you summarized what I am thinking, which is there's an efficiency question here, but maybe not a legal basis. If we can please elevate, and excuse me, Ms. Safdie, it seems that we have a tendency to interrupt your cross-examination, so I apologize, but can we please elevate Ms. Tabor? And if you don't mind, Ms. Mullen, if we can take down this exhibit just for a moment, that will help me see the room. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kinsey, Kelly Tabor on behalf of the County of Sacramento. Sacramento Area Sewer District, Sacramento County Water Agency, City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District. I'd like to join in Mr. Cho's objection and comment that it's my expectation that many of the parties conducting cross-examination will be seeking to question Ms. White about these fundamental aspects of State Water Project operations. So we would all be well served by getting some clarity now in order to have a more efficient hearing today, Tuesday, possibly Wednesday, on the scope of testimony that you'll allow. If we're having constant interruptions and objections on this point, we likely can't finish by Wednesday, and we'll possibly have to be scheduling additional hearing days. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And then I believe Ms. Desjardins, if the hearing team will please elevate Ms. Desjardins. Good morning.
Good morning. I did want to say, cite a little bit of case law. This did come up in the water fix hearing as well. But in manufactured home communities versus County of San Luis Obispo, they cited Goldberg versus Kelly, which the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that almost every setting where important decisions turn on question of fact, due process requires an opportunity to confront and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Manufactured home communities versus County of San Luis Obispo stated, where it makes a decision based on a party's testimony, the adversary is entitled to question his or her opponent, and cites a number of cases. So I don't think Ms. Morris should be making objections. There is a due process issue, and how parties use their cross-examination time is their choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. So with that, I think, and I didn't understand Ms. Morris's objection to be about whether or not there's an opportunity to ask these questions. It seemed to me it was about timing. But given that there is some degree of uncertainty about the return of Ms. White on this topic, and given that Ms. White's testimony really does intersect with these questions, I think, about operations, current operations, past operations of the State Water Project, I'm not going to limit the scope of these questions. I think actually if we get through some of them, it may help us, assuming we go forward with June 10th and 11th, it sounds like we will have made progress. So with that, I will hand things back over to you, Ms. Safdie. I apologize for the interruption, and you're on.
Okay, thank you. Let me just ask you a few more questions, Ms. White, on this topic, hearing that others also have questions on this subject. Can't recall if you've answered my last question, so let me just pose a new one to you. As the operations manager, in your experience as the operations manager, is it your opinion that DWR has put 10,350 CFS of water to beneficial use in any water year prior to December 31st, 2009?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion as to beneficial use.
Noted, and you can respond to the extent you can, Ms. White.
I don't have that information. Can't make that estimate at this point today.
Okay, and and to your knowledge, has DWR diverted up to the total, I believe that you said it was 10,300 CFS capacity through the South Delta intakes?
I'd like to clarify that when I mentioned 10,300, that was in reference to Clifton Court Forebay gates. I mentioned previously that I assigned that number to Banks Pumping Plant, and I'm just clarifying for the record that it's the 10,300 is Clifton Court.
Okay, so do you have an answer to the question about the maximum volume or rate of water that the State Water Project has diverted through its South Delta pumps?
Historically, with our water rights calls for 10,350. In 1993, we did exceed to 10,614 cubic feet per second on one day prior to 2009.
Okay, and any other times?
Not that I'm aware of before 2009.
So hearing that Ms. White is returning, let me actually ask Mr. Georgie a couple of questions on this subject, and Ms. White, I'll come back to you. Mr. Georgie, you evaluated the amount of water that could be diverted through the North Delta intakes in 2019. That was one of the years that you studied, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that was a water year that remained in excess flow conditions for the entire study period, correct?
Trying to remember if it started at December 1st or sooner after, but for majority of the period at least, yes.
Okay. And well, perhaps we should pull up Mr. Georgie's report on this. Ms. Mullen, if you don't mind, I believe that's DWR 00309, and this is at PDF page 6. If we could scroll down, please, to the description of water year 2009. Yes, please. 3.2.2. So in this first paragraph here, you're stating that through much of January, February, and March, the flow through the North Delta intakes would have been limited by low-level pumping during pulse protection events, level 1 bypass flow requirements. You say the 10,300 CFS combined North and South Delta export limits, and other factors like the 6,000 CFS capacity of the North Delta intakes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That 10,300 CFS limit, should that be 10,350? Is that meant to refer to the permit limit?
To a certain extent, yes. To a certain extent, capacity in the canal downstream. Just in general, yeah, that is the amount our system is generally designed for.
Okay, and so that 10,000 or 300 or 10,350 CFS, you're recognizing here that would be a limit in the year 2019 on how much water could be diverted through the North Delta intakes, correct?
A limit on the total diversions with the system, including the DCP.
Okay, so if DWR's permit limit was actually less than 10,350 CFS, DWR may need to further restrict its North Delta diversions during a year with those hydrological characteristics, correct?
Objection, I think this misstates testimony because the 10,300 was as to capacity, not as to permit limit.
I think there is some confusion here. I'm not sure how to get through it to your maybe Ms. Safdie, we may need to back up a little more and talk about this 10,300 versus the 10,350. My understanding is there's some slippage between the permit limit and then the actual constructed capacity, but I may be misunderstanding. So I don't know if you want to explore that topic.
Mr. Georgie, maybe you could clarify that for us. Why is this 10,300 CFS and not 10,350 CFS, what accounts for the 50 CFS difference?
A certain amount of general experience that getting more than 10,300 is, do we lose audio?
No.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gets to be functionally tricky, as well as a certain amount of risk of operating exactly at the top of a regulatory limit is a risk. So having a small step to allow for uncertainty with is Clifton Court going to take? we aim for a target, but there is certain reality to how exactly we get to that target. So having a certain amount of buffer within the system is prudent.
I see. I understand. So essentially, there's a 50 CFS buffer to make sure that the system doesn't exceed the 10,350 CFS permit limit.
Yes, it was an
Okay.
operational decision I made for this analysis. Yes.
Okay. And so back to my question then again, if the permit limit was actually less than 10,350 CFS, then the amount of water that could be diverted through the North Delta intakes would be further constrained during a water year of this type.
Objection calls for speculation.
Noted, but overruled.
And so such a point as the combined diversions were ever up to that 10,300 limit, if that was further reduced, then yes, the diversions could be limited.
Thank you, Mr. Georgie. Ms. White, I think I just have one more question for you on this topic and then a few questions on a couple other topics. Ms. White, in your testimony, did you address an operational conditions or an operational scenario where the board does not approve DWR's time extension petition?
One more time with the question, are you referring to my testimony?
Your testimony.
And so my testimony includes information as put forth in the operations plan, which states that the limit permit water right maximum or permit limit is 10,350 CFS.
So it would be fair to say then that your testimony assumes that the time extension petition is granted. Is that correct?
The 10,350 CFS is, I can't say it assumes, it just has, because we have hit that 10,350 CFS historically.
I'm not I'm not sure that I understand your answer, but Ms. White, did you review the hearing issues that the hearing officer set forth for this proceeding?
Can you be more specific on the hearing issues, please?
I believe that the hearing issues outlined in the November 18th amended hearing notice and reproduced in the January 17th, 2025 second amended hearing notice.
Could you bring those up, because it's been quite a while since I've looked at those?
Well, let me just ask you, this might refresh your recollection. Are you aware that the AHO solicited testimony under two scenarios, one in which the board approves DWR's petition for extension of time and one in which the board does not approve DWR's petition for extension of time?
I guess I'd still like to see it, because in the context of, with respect to today's panel or just in general, like, can you bring up the hearing notice, please?
I'm sure we could, Ms. Mullen. I don't have an exhibit for that since it's a filing in this proceeding.
We can find something if we want to go there. Let's see. And frankly, I don't remember which. I think at some point we stopped including the hearing issues and all the notices, so we'll have to go back.
Well, I know that they are reproduced in the January 17th, 2025 second amended hearing notice. My memory is about 3/4 of the way down.
Great. I'm sure we can pull that up.
Okay.
To help you out, Ms. Mullen, it's PDF page 21.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Okay. Okay, so this Ms. White outlines the hearing issues for this proceeding. And you'll see that it asks for testimony, exhibits testimony and argument relevant to two scenarios. Scenario A is where the board approves petitions for extension of time, and scenario B is where the board does not approve petitions for an extension, the DWR's petitions for extension of time. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Okay. Did you make any attempts with your testimony to address both of these scenarios?
Not with the testimony that I provided summary for, and that is the focus of this panel.
Okay, and likewise, Mr. Georgie, did you address your testimony to both of these, or sorry, the report that you produced? Did you address those to both of these scenarios?
My report, fully involved, and no, I did not.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that your report is directed at scenario A, where the board approves petitions for extension of time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Miss White, we're getting towards the end here. Let me switch to another topic for you. So I believe you testified earlier that a North Delta diversion monitoring team will be formed, or the plan is for a North Delta diversion monitoring team to be formed to review hydrological operations, fisheries, and water quality data. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as part of the subject of this team, will this team be charged with monitoring for harmful algal bloom formation?
The team will be looking at many different items with respect to operations, and I think if it would be helpful, we could bring up the incidental take permit, and the permit really outlines quite a bit of details of the types of information that this team would look at.
I believe that others will be asking about the incidental take permit, so I just want to be efficient with our time here. So I'm just asking based on your understanding, is part of the objective of the monitoring team to review for harmful algal bloom formation?
Again, I would like to, if we can bring up I can't specifically say whether it's regard to inform the operations of the Delta Conveyance project, as far as whether that team would be looking at harmful algal incidental take permit.
I think Ms. White may have
Cut out
frozen.
for a moment. Yes. Can you repeat your last sentence, please, Ms. White?
The North Delta monitoring team would be looking at a combination of many things, and it's really specified in the incidental take permit on all the information that would be going to inform, say, their risk assessments that would then inform their recommendation of the bypass flow criteria, say, for certain times of the year for operations of the Delta Conveyance project.
Is it correct that the incidental take permit that's aimed at fisheries protection? Is that correct?
I can't say with what it's aimed at. It's providing take coverage, and I can't speak to harmful algal blooms.
Okay. So speaking to the operations plan, then the operations plan points to monitoring sites at Jersey Point and Ematon. Is that correct?
Those are two stations of many that the operators look at in real time. But yes, those are specifically called out in the operations plan.
Does the choice of those monitoring sites for state water project operations, does that account for the likely location of harmful algal bloom formation?
Action calls for speculation.
Overruled to the extent you know, Ms. White.
Can you repeat your question?
Does the choice of those monitoring sites for state water project operations, does that account for the likely location of harmful algal bloom formation?
I can't make I don't have an answer for those stations as it relates to harmful algal blooms. Those are two compliance locations that we monitor, that we have compliance we have Delta D1641 standards that are part of our D1641 requirements.
Does the operations plan include plans to add additional monitoring points for harmful algal blooms?
The operations plan does not have information about additional monitoring sites.
Are you familiar with Dr. Priest's testimony from, I think it was a couple weeks ago now, where she testified that the Delta Conveyance project could increase residence times in some locations and months in the Central Delta, particularly Discovery Bay?
Not explicitly. I don't have a lot of detail on her testimony.
Okay. So you're not aware of any operational plans to include monitoring for sites of concern for harmful algal bloom formation?
I'm not aware.
Okay. If HAB formations were observed in the Delta, could DCP operations be coordinated daily to mitigate those formations?
Objection calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
If you can answer, please do, Ms. White.
I can't answer that question.
So it's correct then that the operations plan doesn't contemplate any adjustments to daily coordinations because of incidents of harmful algal bloom. Is that right?
I can say the operations plan addresses the operations for flow criteria to inform the operations of the DCP.
Okay, Ms. Wade, just a few further questions for you. Thank you. So you did testify, correct, that DCP operations will rely on significant coordination between the state and federal agencies. Is that right?
Correct.
And this is coordination that happens on a daily basis?
How we coordinate in the future is speculative. I can say that right now there's a lot of communication, at times daily, with various state and federal agencies.
Okay, but I believe that you did testify, and we spoke about this yesterday, that the daily coordination is contemplated for during the period of DCP operations. Is that right?
There would be at least daily coordination with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, who operates the Central Valley project.
Okay, and is that coordination specifically with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamations, is that essential to making sure that, for instance, the project does not exceed permit limits or does not impair water quality? Would that be a correct characterization?
Yes, I mean, it's critical that we coordinate with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation.
And would there be risks to operations or to water quality if that daily coordination with the Bureau of Reclamation were to be impaired?
Objection calls for speculation. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled. You can answer if you can, Ms. White.
I can't necessarily answer that. I mean, it's very speculative.
Ms. White, in your experience as an operational manager, is institutional knowledge held by these agencies, is that important to effective coordination?
Not necessarily. Institutional knowledge is nice to have, but it's not necessary.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Okay. Ms. White, are you aware that as of March 2025, California's Regional Reclamation Office has lost 10% of its staff and managers just since the beginning of the current administration on January 20th?
I am aware that there has been reduction in staff in the federal government agencies.
And are you familiar specifically with the reduction in staff at the Bureau of Reclamation for the California region?
Not specifically the numbers, I just know that there has been a reduction.
Are you aware that that reduction, so that has included the Bureau of Reclamation Regional Director Carl Stock, who's left the agency since the beginning of the administration?
I'm aware that he is no longer at Reclamation.
Okay. And are you aware of directions from the Office of Management and Budget issued on February 26, 2024, instructing federal agencies to use all available tools to initiate large-scale reductions in force?
Objection, relevance.
Fair. Where are you going with this, Ms. Safdie?
Well, let me ask you this, Ms. White. Have you experienced any challenges with coordinated daily operations as a result of reductions in reclamation staff or officials?
We have continued to coordinate on a daily basis. The State Water Project operators and the Central Valley Project operators have continued to coordinate on a daily basis.
Are you aware of concerns that have been raised about daily coordinations because of the loss of reclamation staff?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think the question is whether you are aware. So, Ms. White, please.
I guess I'd like to hear more specificity on, first of all, if you could repeat your question, but also if you could repeat your question, please.
Sure. Ms. White, are you aware of concerns being raised about daily coordinations because of the reduction in California's Bureau of Reclamation staff during this administration?
Ms. Safdie, can you clarify in that question, concerns being raised by who?
Well, let's actually, maybe we could pull up an exhibit and see if Ms. White is familiar with this. Could we pull up the exhibit DTAC 32, please? Ms. White, do you see that this is a news release by the California U.S. Senators Alex Padilla and Schiff by Alex office?
I do see the screenshot here of the shared document.
Yeah. And it indicates that Padilla and Schiff are urging the Interior Department to halt further workforce cuts at the Bureau of Reclamation.
That is what the title says.
And could we go down to page 2, please? So if you could scroll down just a little bit further, please, Ms. Bullen. So do you see where the senators are writing aging dams, reservoirs, and conveyance systems require continuous monitoring and maintenance, and without adequate staffing, the risk of infrastructure failures increases. Such failures could have catastrophic consequences, including flooding, water contamination, and severe disruptions to California's agricultural and urban economies. Do you see that?
I see that you have read part of the first paragraph of what is on the document that is being shared.
Do you share these concerns, Ms. White, or these concerns about reductions in reclamation staff? Are these shared by members of your team?
I can't speculate.
Objection, compound question.
I'll direct that at you.
I can't speculate on anything as far as with federal cutbacks that could impact their infrastructure or staffing.
Have any members of your team raised concerns to you about impacts on coordinated operations due to reductions in reclamation staffing?
Objection, relevance.
Ms. Safdie, I share that. Why is this? I mean, the current administration is, I don't see a connection between this and operation of the tunnel at some time, decades, sounds like decades in the future. What is the relevance here?
Okay, well, I believe these are calling for permanent staffing cuts, but Ms. White, let me ask you a question then. Have you planned for coordinated operations to be conducted with significantly limited federal staffing?
The State Water Project and Central Valley Project operators continue to meet on a daily basis to coordinate our operations.
And how is DWR preparing for Delta Conveyance Project operations with reduced federal staffing?
I can't answer what type of staffing that the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation will have in place once the DCP becomes operational.
So is the answer that you're not preparing, that your team hasn't prepared for operations with reduced federal staffing levels?
Objection, argumentative.
Just say yes or no.
Go ahead, Ms. White.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Would it be fair to say that your team has not prepared for DCP operations, coordinated DCP operations with reclamation with reduced federal staffing?
I can't sit here today and say that there will be reduced federal staffing once the DCP becomes operational.
Okay, so I think this is just my last question. I'm just trying to understand. You haven't prepared for that then, that's not part of your.
Ms. Safdie, I'm going to stop you on that question. I understand your point, so thank you.
Okay.
But if you have more questions, you're welcome to ask those.
I think those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie.
I would like to go, oh, Ms. Carroll, please.
I was just going to ask if we could take a brief break. We want to try to switch out Ms. White's technology again since it seems to be freezing.
Great. Let's do that. Let's just do 5 minutes. We'll come back at 10:00. We'll make it 10:09.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to come back on the record?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Carroll. Are we fixed?
I wanted to let you know
Sorry to
that
go.
we still need a couple more minutes. We
Okay.
had a little bit of delay and we're trying to make sure that the person-specific link works on the new computer. So we're trying to get Ms. White logged back in.
Great. Let's check back in and at 10:15, and I will keep reading the email I was reading. I'll see you at 10:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am here.
Great. Thank you. I was also waiting for Ms. Carroll. Do you have a status update?
We are currently trying to get Zoom up and running with the appropriate background, and I think we're this
You're
close.
Okay, great.
We're having difficulty because it's an email specific link, and the computer that we've moved her to doesn't have her email address, but when we use the meeting ID and passcode, it's still not letting her in. So
Yes, let's figure something out. We can send something. Is there either, I'm looking to my team for an alternate. We can either send, can we send a link or do we need another email address? And I'm talking to the hearing team here. Has that computer logged in to the hearing today yet? The device?
no, it has not.
Okay, so we may need a different email address. So the problem is if the link was used on a different device, then that they are married for the day, as I understand it, if you will. They're paired and can't be separated.
I do have another email address that we can use.
That would be great. And you're welcome. You can just email it to the email
So
address or email
it's Birds Landing
Oh, got it.
at dcdca.org. So BIRDSLANDING at dcdca.org.
I think I got it. We will send that right over. And thank you for troubleshooting this. I know once again, we were reminded it is much more convenient to be on Zoom than in person, but we have these things we have to deal with. So
Yes, and thank you all for your patience. We did not anticipate this.
Ms. Carroll, that email has been sent, so you should receive the link as quickly as email travels.
Yes, we received it, but unfortunately, it looks like it says we've already joined through that email, which is interesting.
That's interesting.
So it's because that email is associated with the conference room TV that we're using. So now it thinks we're trying to scam the system with another device. We'll switch over to Miss Morris's computer again and see if that works. So
yeah, let me see.
We'll try one more device and just leave Miss Morris logged in, and then she and I will share this computer.
And we're looking on our end whether there's something we can send that would be separate. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you get a Teams pop up?
No, we closed down Teams.
Hi, Ms. White. And also for the Ms. Carroll and team, we are attempting to send a different link that might work, although we haven't tried this approach before, so it may or may not work. So,
We appreciate that, and we'll try again at lunch. We have another email
Okay.
address that we can potentially use, so we can readjust then.
okay, great. We can go forward now. Is that what you would propose?
Almost. Now we got to get her audio to go through her headphones.
Understood.
And then also, if the hearing team could please rename Molly White,
Yes.
Stephanie Morris to Molly White. Thank you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
I
There
can't.
seems to be an echo.
The laptop isn't recognizing the headphones. I'm speaking to test her headphones.
Hello?
Molly, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right. Thank you for everyone's patience.
We ready, Ms. Carroll, as far as you know?
I sure hope so.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. White, Mr. Georgie. And I see we have Mr. Busher. Welcome, Mr. Busher. And I believe with that, you're welcome to ask your questions, Mr. Busher.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie. My name is Eric Busher. I'm an attorney at San Francisco Baykeeper, one of the protesting parties in this matter. Mr. Georgie, I've got a couple of questions for you that I'll start with about your report DWR 309. The cover page indicates that it was completed in January of 2025. Can you estimate for me when you started working on the report?
I can't remember exact dates. I want to say sometime in November, but I'm not certain.
Thank you. Is there a reason you didn't update the report based on the ITP conditions?
Yeah, just it wasn't a lot of time to be able to fully analyze things due to the nature of real-time conditions in February and March.
Okay. And the report includes the 4 water years that you analyzed. In doing the analysis, did you analyze other water years and just report on those 4, or are those the only 4 years you did this analysis for?
Those are the only 4 that we went into in-depth analysis on.
How broad is the temporal data set for the years that you did some analysis but did not go further on?
For the ITP application specific rules, it was only for those 4 years.
Okay. And if we could put Exhibit 309 on the screen. Go to page 3, please. And scroll down so we can see the 3rd paragraph in the introduction. So, Mr. Georgie, do I understand correctly? This is the analysis you did was using observed data, not modeled data about the conditions in these water years?
That is correct.
Okay.
Observed inflows and conditions in the delta.
Okay. And does the observed data include anything other than the flows at the delta boundaries and the south delta pumping operations?
I mean, also includes diversions at other locations and functions of precipitation that affect net delta outflow.
Can you describe what sort of information, observed data it includes for precipitation?
In particular, it's the observed precipitation at Stockton Fire Station. And that's used for D1641 to calculate part of the inflow, no, one of the terms in the net delta outflow equations.
Okay. Is all of the observed data that you used in conducting this analysis publicly accessible somewhere?
Yes. Acknowledge the Wacolamy River flows that are part of it are a little more complicated than the rest, but I believe the rest are all on CDEC.
CDEC. Okay. So setting aside the Macaulay, it's all in the data you looked at is all in CDEC.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what time period that data exists for that's available in CDEC that matches what you used to analyze these 4 years?
Not quite sure what you mean by that, but I will say that different CDEC stations have different periods of record for them. I'm not sure how far back the latest one goes, but they do all cover the period I looked at for this analysis.
Do you know if all of them cover, for example, back to 2000?
I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. And then at lines 20 and 21, you describe the evaluation as calculating potential North Delta diversions as well as actual exports in the South Delta. Did your analysis include any potential changes to South Delta exports as a result of potential DCP operations?
No, it did not.
Was there a reason that South Delta exports were held constant in your analysis?
It is the nature under the operations plan to prioritize South Delta exports, as it were, and then the North Delta intakes diversions would be flows that were in excess of other operations.
And did you implement or utilize like the flow chart that Ms. White presented yesterday about when and how that prioritization between the South and North Delta diversions will function or operate?
I believe the flow chart particular for yesterday may have been for the revised for the ITP, not necessarily the ITP application, but a similar concept, yes.
So let me make sure I understand that. Does that mean that in your analysis, had the DCP been operational in these 4 years, pumping in the South Delta would not have changed?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to time.
The 4 years he analyzed?
Same objection.
Overruled.
So I will say this analysis was done as a with the South Delta preference in mind, and that only flows that were in excess of the conditions that existed in those years would be available for diversion.
So let me try it this way. Are you assuming and therefore not analyzing whether South Delta pumping would have changed as a result of DCP operations in these 4 years? Or did you actually analyze it and determine it did not change?
The analysis was that only these North Delta diversions would only be available at times when there was excess flow available. So inherently by its nature, yeah, the South Delta exports wouldn't change from these excess flows. In addition, these analysis was of the available capacity of the DCP available under the permits, and did not take into account any downstream effects that could further influence South Delta operations.
Lines 16 and 17 here, you describe the applicable regulatory conditions. And I understood that from your testimony with Ms. Safdie in your report here to be D1641 and ESA or CISA requirements. Is that correct?
Correct, it includes those.
Okay. And do all 4 of the years you looked at include restrictions based on either federal or state Endangered Species Act permits or requirements?
Yes, they do, though they are different between the first 2 and the second 2 years.
That answers my next question. Thank you. And that those requirements are also different from the now existing requirements that were adopted at the end of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then at lines 20, looks like 23 through 24, you indicate that if the operational criteria or the regulatory and contractual requirements change, the volumes that you found as available for diversion or excess would also change, correct?
Yes, there's a chance that if the regulatory environment changes, then the available exports would potentially change as well.
Okay. And when you refer to contractual requirements at the end of line 22 and beginning of line 23, what does that relate to or refer to?
Potentially North Delta Water Agency agreements or other agreements with other entities.
And are those contractual requirements similarly part of what was referred to as the applicable regulatory conditions, or do they serve a similar function within your analysis as the applicable regulatory conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if we could go down to page 6 briefly, I've just got a couple last questions on the figures here. Mr. Georgie, I read this figure, and if we could look at the 3 that follow as well for the other water years, as reflecting that give or take 10%, or give or take like a little bit less than 10% of the excess flows would have been diverted by the DCP in these 4 years. Is that ballpark accurate in your view?
Yes, around give or take 10% would be available for diversion to the DCP under this analysis.
Do you know whether that's consistent with other water years beyond the 4 you've analyzed?
I do not.
And for this graphic here, or for the 3 that follow, do you have any information as to what total unimpaired delta inflow or outflow would have been in those 4 years?
I do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Georgie. I think that's all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your answers and time this morning. Ms. White, just a couple of subjects that I want to address with you. I'm going to start with the water supply portion of your testimony, and make sure I understand this. I take you to be offering an opinion that there is a water supply benefit because the potential DCP could be used in a wide variety of water year types. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is part of your opinions related to water supply also that there's a water supply benefit based on the volume or quantity of additional water DWR could divert and export with the DCP?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, if we could put Baykeeper Exhibit 4 on the screen, please. It was marked several witnesses ago. And if we could go to the top of page 2, please. Ms. White, have you seen this letter from DWR to the State Board from January of 2024 before today?
I believe I have seen it, but I probably have to give a little time to take a look at it just outside of just this heading here.
Fair enough. And I just have questions about one specific section. So if we go to the top of page 4, we can do that. Ms. White, in the middle of this paragraph, starting a little bit less than halfway through it, it says the Alt 6A would significantly reduce the viability of the Delta Conveyance project. And then the next sentence indicates that Alt 6A is anticipated to reduce the yield of the DCP over all water year types by an average of 55%. Are you familiar with this analysis or portion of the letter before today?
Not necessarily. I see what you are reading here from the document shared.
Okay. If the analysis described by DWR in those couple of sentences is correct, that would materially change the volume of water available from the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
I did not do the analysis as described here I'd have to see the analysis.
So fair enough. I didn't do the analysis either. I'm asking you to assume that what DWR told the State Board is relatively accurate.
That's what the letter.
That there would be a reduction of an average of 55%. Does that materially change, in your opinion, the water supply benefit from the DCP?
As stated in this letter, it does state that alternative 6A would reduce the water supply yield. That's what the letter is saying that you have shared. I have no.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
In your opinion, based on your experience with the State Water Project and the testimony that you've provided in this proceeding related to water supply benefits, would that be a material reduction in the water supply benefit from the DCP?
Having not seen the analysis, this is what DWR has put forth in this letter that you are sharing to the State Water Resources Control Board.
Ms. White, do you have, let me try it this way. Would a 55% reduction in the yield of water from the DCP materially change your opinions about the volumetric water supply benefits of the project?
A 55% reduction would reduce the yield of the project. But I think it would depend upon the conditions at which the analysis or what the actual conditions would be during the operations of the Delta Conveyance project.
So you're unable to determine whether a 55% reduction in yield would materially change the water supply benefits at this point?
If there was, based upon the analysis provided in my testimony for those 4 years, if there was 55% less water, we'd have to redo that analysis to look at the yield of the project. As Mr. Georgie stated, he has not incorporated that information.
Thank you, Ms. White. Ms. Mullen, we can take this document down. I want to transition to talking about existing real-time operations and monitoring that you're involved with for the State Water Project. Do you think that the existing State Water Project real-time operations and monitoring are similar in concept and objective to the DCP real-time operations and monitoring?
When we make decisions on operations of the currently for the State Water Project, we evaluate real-time conditions throughout the Delta, inflow forecast, just conditions throughout to inform how we operate and schedule our water operations. If the DCP was also integrated into the Delta, into the State Water Project, we would be, again, looking at real-time conditions throughout the system to assess what diversions would be capable, if any, from the Delta Conveyance project.
And is it fair to say that the approach that DWR would take in those real-time operations for the DCP would be similar to the approach it currently takes now for the State Water Project real-time operations?
I would say generally speaking, for what information we have right now.
Okay. And do you think that real-time State Water Project operations as they exist now are kind of a good real-world proxy for the hypothetical or modeled future DCP operations?
I'm just looking at your question. Could you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, I mean, I'm let me try it this way. We've spent a lot of time in the last couple of months talking about modeling and hypothetical scenarios and futures. And I'm trying to understand what this would look like in the real world rather than as a modeling exercise. And it seems to me that the State Water Project's real-time operations are likely as good a proxy as we've got for what the future DCP real-time operations would look like. Is that a fair kind of assessment of your testimony or your opinion in terms of how those operations relate to one another?
I would say yes, as the approach that we take as far as assessing real-time conditions and flows and salinity and fisheries aspects would also be part of the equation as we look to operate the future of DCP.
Thank you. That's helpful. So for those real-time operations and monitoring existing for the State Water Project, do I understand correctly that that is designed in part to ensure State Water Project compliance with existing regulatory requirements?
We operate to comply with existing regulatory requirements.
And is real-time operations and monitoring one of the ways in which you do that?
Real-time operations and monitoring is, especially monitoring, informs how we make real-time decisions in our operations.
Based on your experience with the State Water Projects, do you believe that the real-time operations and monitoring currently used by DWR, including coordinated operations with the Bureau, are effective at achieving that goal of complying with existing regulatory requirements?
I believe so, yes.
Ms. White, are you kind of generally, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the biology or anything else, but are you generally familiar with the State Water Project's ITP that was issued last fall, end of last year?
Yes, I am generally familiar with the ITP.
And similarly with the biological opinions for the Central Valley Project and State Water Project?
Correct, for both, for as it relates to water operations.
Okay, thank you. And those biological opinions and ITP from late 2024 were the existing regulatory requirements that you were operating to right from January through now of this year, correct?
Yes, they are.
Are you familiar with the salmon monitoring team that's part of the technical teams for the ITP?
I am familiar with that team. I do not participate in that team, but I am familiar with it.
Okay. Do you participate in the water operations management team?
Not anymore. I did prior a year. I haven't this water year. I have not participated.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Delta Monitoring Work Group?
Yes, I am familiar with that group as well.
Okay. And are those all groups or teams that work to either provide information or make decisions about real-time operations?
Each group has their, each group has their purpose in informing or making decisions on operations or just sharing information.
And Ms. White, is it correct that the State Water Project's ITP from 2024 includes operational conditions or restrictions for pumping for the State Water Project based on thresholds of take of winter run Chinook salmon?
There are fisheries thresholds for that are included in the incidental take permit.
Ms. Mullen, I put on the FTP and emailed in this morning a copy of the State Water Project ITP, and I apologize if that was already in the record. I did not find it. But if we could put that on the screen, and I think that'll be Baykeeper Exhibit 5.
Sir Kinsey, I believe that's also AHO Exhibit 62.
Is it 62 or 61? Someone told me 60. My team said 61. Let's pin this down. Otherwise, we'll be confused.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of ITPs at issue here. All right. Well, I think we're confirming in the background. Mr. Busher, please feel free to go forward with your questions, and then we'll confirm.
Okay. It does look like it is AHO 61. So for all of our future sakes, let's pull up AHO 61 and I'll refer to that one.
All right.
Try and keep this record as
Thank you.
clean as possible.
So Ms. Mullen, can we go ahead and just for the formal exercise, pull up AHO 61? Oh, we have it. That's okay. There we go.
Mr. Busher.
I thank you for identifying that. I appreciate it. If we could go to PDF page 73, I believe it's going to be. All right, so Ms. White, here is on the screen is condition 8.4.3, which relates to winter run Chinook salmon annual loss thresholds. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to the next paragraph. In the paragraph that starts permittee shall count, in the third line, you see, right, if cumulative loss, the sentence that begins that way.
Is that the third, if cumulative? Okay, I think I'm tracking you.
Okay. So take a second to read that sentence. I just want to confirm that this condition indicates that if cumulative loss exceeds a 50% threshold, there's a specific action related to OMR under the permit.
That is what that sentence states.
Okay. And then if we could go to the following page, the 2 bullet points at the top. And again, here, Ms. White, there is a additional threshold of a 75% exceedance. And then the requirement of a machine learning model to be used. And then below the 2 bullet points, right, an action that should be taken based on the permit if those conditions are met, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we scroll down to the bottom of this page, the second to last paragraph, there is again an additional if loss exceeds 100%, then the permittee shall convene the salmon monitoring team and continuing down, right, in order to minimize subsequent loss during that year. Do you see that?
I am seeing that.
Okay. And so those, do I understand correctly that from an operational perspective, those 50 and 75 and 100% thresholds trigger different operational responses that DWR and the Bureau try to kind of implement in real time?
Yes, I mean, if we trigger an operational threshold with any species, there are actions that at least, I'll say this is this ITP, so that the State Water Project operations will implement.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, we can take this document down. There's a document that I uploaded to the FTP. It's a March 25, 2025 salmon monitoring team notes. I could pull that document up, please. And this, I think, will now be Baykeeper Exhibit 5. Ms. White, do you recognize the form of this document, if not this specific instance of the notes?
I'm not familiar with this specific instance of the notes, but I'm familiar with the report outs.
If we could just scroll down a little bit, Ms. Mullen. This document indicates that a representative of the Department of Water Resources was a participant in this instance of the salmon monitoring team meeting, correct?
That is what the document states.
And if we could go to PDF page 4, please. And scroll down to the hatchery winter run, that section. Perfect. Ms. White, this salmon monitoring team notes indicates that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife shared that the 50, 75, and 100% loss thresholds for hatchery winter run Chinook salmon were exceeded during the prior week. Do you see that?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, if we could also pull up the April 8th weekly fish and water operations outlook document that I emailed in. Ms. White, do you recognize the form of this document?
I do.
And this is a document that is prepared. Well, does DWR have any role in participating or preparing the weekly fish and water operations outlook documents?
We have, yes, our water operations team does provide information on current operations and hydrology, what's informing the operations. And then outside of water operations, we do have fisheries biologists as well that can provide information with respect to fisheries.
Thank you. So the last one we looked at was dated March 25, 2025, that indicated the 100% threshold had been exceeded prior to that date. Do you see here the last paragraph above biological context indicates that a winter run Chinook salmon was observed for 2025?
So I see the document that you are sharing, our outlook. I'm looking. Oh, I see the hatchery. That's what the document states.
Okay.
Can you read, are you looking at kind of the third mini paragraph, if you would, of that first section?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And indicates that the machine learning model triggered a negative 2,500 CFS old and middle river flow for 7 days, correct?
That is what that section is stating.
Okay. Between, oh, I'm sorry. Can we then go down to page 4 of this document? One more thing. And this table is table 2A, described as water year 2025 salmonid current loss and delta smelt abiotic conditions. Do you see that at the top, Ms. White?
That is what the table that is being shared right now. Yes.
Okay. And if we could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, please, just a little bit so that we can see the row for Sacramento River Hatchery Winter Run Chinook salmon. There we are. And Ms. White, the kind of middle column of the hatchery winter run row identifies those same percentage threshold loss exceedances that were referenced in the prior meeting notes, correct?
One more time, please.
Yeah, the March 25 meeting notes we looked at had said that all 3 of those percentage thresholds were exceeded in the prior week. And this row from updated as of April 7th identifies those same dates, correct?
I don't remember the dates, but it's showing, as you're showing on this page, the loss thresholds and corresponding dates.
Okay. And we can scroll up so you can see the header, but the right column is an updated. You see that?
I see that column.
And do I interpret this correctly then, that as of April 7th, take of winter run hatchery Chinook salmon was at 133% of the threshold limit?
can we scroll up a little bit? Are you talking about 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, the fifth row?
Correct. Sacramento River Hatchery Winter Run. It's at the bottom of our screen now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think you had said Sacramento River Winter Run. I just wanted to make sure that it's Sacramento River Hatchery Winter Run Chinook salmon. So
Correct.
yes, we're both narrowing in on the same line here.
Okay. So as of April 7th, the projects were at 133% of that limit, correct?
Looking at that row with the date that it was updated was on April 7th.
Okay, thank you. Based on your experience and work on real-time project operations, between March 18th and April 14th, what adjustments were made based on those threshold exceedances?
I don't have that data, our operational data in front of me on how operations were adjusted.
Are you aware of whether operations were adjusted?
Again, this information is supplied to the water operations management team to discuss, and if it was determined that an action was to be taken based on these thresholds, then DWR State Water Project would be taking an action.
You don't know whether that actually occurred in that mid-March to mid-April timeframe of this year or not?
I don't have the information in front of me to make that conclusion.
Okay.
But we do comply with our incidental take permits, and that's why we have the water operations management team.
Okay. So if we could go back to AHO 61, the incidental take permit. And scroll back up to the page 73, I think it is, where this section started. Yeah. So at the bottom paragraph of this page, Ms. White, that we looked at, you see the action required is to adjust South Delta exports to achieve a 7-day average of the OMR index no more negative than negative 3,500 CFS for 7 consecutive days.
Correct. I see that as written.
And then if we go to the next page, again, based on the exceedance of the 75% threshold and the machine learning model output, the permittee shall adjust South Delta exports to maintain a 7-day average of the OMR index no more negative than negative 2,500 CFS for 7 consecutive days. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then Ms. Mullen, I sent in a screenshot from CDEC as well. If we could pull that document up, please. While that's coming up, Ms. White, are you familiar with CDEC, CDEC?
I am.
And that information and website is maintained by DWR, correct?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you believe the information on CDEC is reliable?
The information on CDEC is used on a daily basis to inform real-time operations.
So Ms. White, this graph, which we will mark as Baykeeper Exhibit, I think it's 7, depicts old and middle rivers tidally filtered estimated flows from March 18, 2025 to April 17, 2025, correct?
That is what, is it, can you scroll down a little bit, or is this the entire?
This is all I took the picture of off the website.
All right, it's a gauge information, yes.
Okay. Is there any point reflected on this chart where the 7-day average of Old and Middle River flows was less negative than negative 3,500 CFS?
Well, I think we're talking about we manage our operations to the Old and Middle River Flow Index. That is a calculated index. This is a gauge station.
Okay. Is the Old and Middle River calculated index on CDEC?
I am not aware whether it's on CDEC itself.
Do you have an estimate for the relationship between this gauge and that index?
I do not, and maybe Bryant could provide context to both, to your question.
There is not a direct relationship between the measured flow, measured calculation represented on the CDEC station and the OMAR index calculations.
And are those index calculations available on CDEC or publicly available otherwise?
They're not available on CDEC. I have not checked this year, but in past years they have been available on some websites.
Let me try it this way. Either one of you, is there a general relationship between the Old and Middle River Flow Index and the volume of pumping at the South Delta pumping plants?
Yes. Well, somewhat volume, but diversion rates, the mean daily flow rates into Clifton Court and through Jones Pumping Plant, as well as two Contra Costa stations in the South Delta are functions, inputs to the OMR index.
And how much control do those inputs have over the outputs or influence?
I do not have the exact factor off the top of my head, but it is a relatively linear relationship.
Okay. And that relatively linear relationship is more or higher rates of pumping lead to more negative OMR index flows, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. Do you have an estimate for in this mid-March to mid-April time period this year, what the volume of pumping necessary would have been for the OMR index to be no more negative than minus 3,500?
Action, incomplete hypothetical calls for speculation.
Can you narrow that, Mr. Busher?
Mr. Georgie, let me try it this way. Or Miss White, either one of you. If, starting in March 18th of this year and continuing through April 7th or 10th or so, do you have an estimate for what total South Delta pumping rates would have needed to be in order for OMR to be no more negative than negative 3,500 CFS?
That is not a value I can calculate off the top of my head, sitting here.
Do would pumping in excess of 6,000 CFS lead to conditions of OMR flows more negative than that?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
If you can answer, Mr. Georgie, please.
The major other component in the OMR index is the San Joaquin River flow, so it is very dependent on flows in the San Joaquin River. Yeah, to be able to calculate an OMR index. So a couple more components.
Okay, fair enough. We can take this document down, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Mr. Georgie, I think I just have one more question for you. I apologize, I missed this earlier. When you, in your figures that you created for the 4 water years that we talked about, and you are looking at actual South Delta diversions, is that State Water Project alone or the 2 projects combined?
It was the 2 projects combined.
I think that's all the questions I have for this panel of witnesses. Thank you both for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. I believe next on my list, I have Mr. Cho. You are already a panelist. I see you. Mr. Cho, if you have questions for these witnesses, please go ahead.
I do. Just one second to get situated here. Okay. Good morning, Austin Cho on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency, as well as Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068, which all divert water within North Delta Water Agency. I believe most of my questions will be for Ms. White, but I may direct some to Mr. Georgie. Ms. White, you are the Assistant Division Manager of the Water Management Group for Operations and Maintenance at the State Water Project. Is that right?
I'm the Assistant Division Manager in the Operations and Maintenance Division, and I oversee the water management activities for the State Water Project.
Thanks for that clarification. It was a little confusing on your CV. But you've had that position for 1 year about, is that correct?
Roughly 1 year, correct.
And your CV states that you are responsible for the planning, managing, and scheduling of state water project operations in compliance with, quote, water rights and state and federal Endangered Species Act requirements. Is that right?
Is that in my your quote from my CV?
I am.
Yes.
You need to pull it up, or are you okay?
No, that's a fair statement.
I wasn't able to find an organizational chart online, but could you clarify whether there's anyone in the chain of command above you with responsibility over water rights and Endangered Species Act requirements that are described in your CV?
I report to my division manager.
And who's that?
Behzad Sultanzadeh.
Are you responsible for the real-time operational decisions for the State Water Project in addition to advanced planning and scheduling decisions?
That is one of my responsibilities.
Does the compliance with water rights portion that is referenced in your CV refer to compliance with DWR's water right permits for the State Water Project?
Correct, yes.
Are you a water rights expert?
I oversee a team that calculates and reports water rights data to the State Water Board as required.
Same question for you, Mr. Georgie. Are you a water rights expert?
Not necessarily say that I'm an expert on water rights in general.
Thank you. Ms. White, would you say that due to your familiarity with the DWR State Water Project water rights, that you have expertise and are able to opine on the extent of those water rights?
I can talk to our State Water Project water rights.
Great. How do you determine whether you are operating the State Water Project in compliance with DWR's water rights?
Can you be more specific on, we have several water rights permits.
For the 4 permits that are subject to this petition.
Can you bring up, oh, okay, so the 4 with respect to are you speaking about Feather River and Delta?
I believe Feather River is identified in one of the permits, yes.
We gather data and we submit that data to the State Water Board.
Does your involvement in water rights include ensuring compliance with applicable water quality criteria such as D1641 that act as constraints on DWR's exercise of its water rights?
I would say our involvement includes our operations to comply with D1641 water quality and flow standards.
Does DWR operate the State Water Project to comply with any other water quality standards in the Delta other than D1641?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to standards.
Intentionally left that pretty open-ended. If there are other aspects of DWR's operation of the State Water Project that are constrained by controls relating to water quality that are not a result of D1641, I'd be interested to know.
We also operate to comply with the North Delta Water Agency's contract that we have.
Great. I'll have questions on that. Are you aware that for the State Water Board to approve DWR's change petition, DWR has an obligation to establish that the requested changes will not operate to the injury of any legal user of water?
If that is a requirement of submitting the petition without seeing the petition.
Well, it's not a requirement for submitting. It's an ultimate finding that the State Water Board needs to make. Are you generally aware of that?
I'm generally aware of the Water Board's authority in making that finding.
Your testimony that you've offered here for this panel does not offer any explicit opinion as to whether operation of the DCP will cause injury to legal users of water, does it?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
No, I'm not.
Overruled to the extent, with respect to your own testimony, Ms. White.
With respect to my testimony, I did not make that conclusion. I am not an attorney.
Did you analyze the specific water rights of water users in the Delta who would be affected by operation of the DCP?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. In the course of your role as a lead operations manager at DWR for the State Water Project, have you looked at whether there would be impacts to specific water rights in the Delta as a result of operation of the Delta Conveyance Project?
There, as I understand, there are many, many water rights holders in the Delta. We operate to comply with our water rights requirements are under D1641.
I'm going to repeat my question. You did
Okay.
not analyze any specific water rights of water users in the Delta, did you?
I did not. Again, we operate, and my testimony is around the State Water Project's requirements to operate under D1641 to meet those flow and water quality standards.
Understood. Are you aware of any DWR analysis that looked at specific water rights in the Delta to determine whether there could be impacts by DCP operation?
I am not aware.
Ms. Mullen, could we please open up DWR 300R, which is your testimony, Ms. White? So starting on page 2, in this section, you refer to the water quality standards of D1641, which DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation are jointly responsible for. That's at lines 5 and 6. Do you see that?
I see that.
Is that joint responsibility for meeting D1641 water quality requirements set forth in the Coordinated Operations Agreement, or COA?
The Coordinated Operations Agreement sets forth the obligations that both the Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation have in our respective responsibilities in meeting those in-basin use requirements.
So this may be somewhat hypothetical. If DWR does its part per COA and per D1641 to meet those water quality standards, but reclamation falls short so that there is not compliance with ultimate D1641 water quality requirements at a particular compliance point in the Delta, does DWR have any further obligation to make up to ensure compliance?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, calls for a legal conclusion.
You please respond, Ms. White, based on your understanding.
I don't really have an answer to that because it is speculative on the nature, and I can't make that conclusion.
Oh, maybe I can change it up a little bit. Has there ever been an instance in the history of coordinated operation between DWR and Reclamation that you're aware of, where one of the parties, Reclamation or DWR, was unable through its own operations, able to meet its own respective responsibilities? Would the other party, let me strike that, did the other party ever need to provide additional water or take further actions to ensure compliance with D1641?
Objection, compound question.
If you followed the question, Ms. White, go ahead and answer.
I think it may be helpful if you'd like to break down that question, would be helpful.
It might be convoluted. I'm trying to get to a pretty simple concept, and that is
Okay.
within this shared responsibility that DWR and Reclamation have, to use a probably inapplicable legal term, are they jointly and severally responsible, meaning that they both have an obligation to ensure that D1641 is met regardless of what the other party does? Or are they only partially responsible for meeting their respective share? And if D1641 criteria are not met, that's okay.
Objection, again, compound and calls for a legal conclusion.
I'd like to just cut through this. Ms. White, if you understand, let's try to get to the bottom of this based on your understanding.
Based on my understanding, we use COA and we coordinate with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation through COA, meeting our obligations. As far as I do the legal on if one party does not meet the requirements, I do not know.
Okay, that's fair. You also refer to the state and federal Endangered Species Acts, in particular the Delta outflow and Old and Middle River flow requirements that are required by respective ESA permits. Is that right?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And together with D1641 requirements, these are what you refer to as the controlling regulatory standards that govern state water project and CVP operations, correct?
Yes.
Is FOLX 2 a regulatory requirement? Is that incorporated into the federal requirements or something else?
All X2 is incorporated into both our incidental take permit as well as the biological opinion, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service opinion.
And that's the incidental take permit for long-term SWP operations, not for DCP, correct?
Correct.
The DCP proposes to add 6,000 CFS to DWR's existing diversion and export capacity. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I believe in response to Ms. Safdie's questions, you stated that in 1993, DWR exceeded the 10,350 CFS South Delta facility export limitation. Is that right?
It was on one day in 1993.
Did you ever say what the existing physical diversion capacity is at the South Delta facility?
From a diversion capacity, or can you be more specific?
There are actual intakes in the Sacramento River or in the Delta, the pumps that take water from the river into DWR facilities.
We have the physical infrastructure that takes water into the State Water Project at Clifton Court Forebay, where we have radial gates that we bring water into Clifton Court Forebay. And that capacity per our Army Corps permit is 10,300 CFS.
Okay, so the 10,350 CFS is both an export and a diversion limitation.
No, 10,350 is our diversion rate as established in our water rights permits. And initially it was pointed at Banks Pumping Plant, which pumps water out of Clifton Court Forebay into the system.
Okay, but as an analogy to the 6,000 CFS proposed for the DCP facilities, the South Delta facilities have an analogous intake capacity of 10,350 CFS?
From a capacity standpoint, correct.
Okay. And just to get this out of the way, you also discussed with Ms. Safdie the dual scenarios that were identified as hearing issues in relation to the second amended notice that was issued on January 17th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that you answered that you did not prepare your testimony for this panel to address two alternative scenarios for the hearing issues. Is that right?
Correct. That's what I testified earlier on.
Thanks. And this is just more for the record clarity than anything else, but are you aware that the third amended hearing notice, which was issued on February 28th, 2025, is actually the latest notice that addresses the hearing issues, and that amendments were made regarding details of DWR's historical exercise of its water rights?
If you want to bring it up, I can't say that I am clearly, know the extent of that hearing notice and exactly what it says.
I don't know if I'm even seeking a response for you. This is more just to, again, clarify the record that there is a subsequent operative hearing notice that states the hearing issues that than what was discussed prior. We can move on. Has the face value of water that DWR is authorized to divert at the Southern Delta facilities ever worked as a constraint on state water project operations?
Can you, when you say face value, could you restate that and maybe clarify what face value is? What you mean by that?
Thinking how I could clarify that. So is it your understanding that the four water right permits that are associated with the state water project that are the subject of this change petition include limitations on the rate of water that can be diverted?
I think again, I need more clarity to understand what the specific permits and rates you're speaking to.
I mean, that question was just a very broad one. Do you understand that those permits have a rate limitation associated with them?
We have permits that have rate limitations.
Thanks. And to your knowledge, has DWR ever had to operate the state water project using those rate limitations as the controlling governing standard for its operation, as opposed to meeting water quality requirements, species protection, other constraints?
Objection, compound, incomplete, hypothetical.
It's not a hypothetical.
Overruled. Go ahead, Ms. White.
Could you restate that again, please?
Sure.
Or re-ask that. Thank you.
You just responded that you were aware that DWR's permits for the state water project, the four of which are subject to this change petition, have limitations on the rates of water that may be diverted under those permits, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has that limitation ever been the controlling factor in how much water was diverted for state water project operations?
We have our water rights permit rates, and we provide our diversions to the State Water Board on an annual basis with the Delta diversion rate at 10,350 that we track on a daily basis.
I think I'm going to move to strike that as not responsive to my question. I asked if you were aware of an instance where the rate limitation on DWR's permits ever acted as the controlling constraint on state water project operations.
Not specifically.
Thank you. Do you consider DWR's contractual obligations for the state water project to be separate from the controlling regulatory standards that are identified in your testimony?
Actual calls for a legal conclusion.
Just based on your own experience, Ms. White.
Can you restate that, please?
Sure.
Or re-ask?
I'd be happy to. Does your testimony, which describes the controlling regulatory standards, include in your mind DWR's contractual obligations?
We operate to comply with both the contractual and regulatory requirements.
That
They're
response suggests to me the answer is no. I'm asking if DWR's contractual obligations are included within the regulatory controlling standards that you discuss in your testimony. And you just said that DWR complies with both the controlling regulatory standards and contractual obligations. That sounds like they're separate. Is that incorrect?
As I read this, I'm reading because I'm reading the question. As I understand it, and as I would look at it, is that our contractual requirements are not regulatory requirements.
Thank you. Let's switch gears a little bit to D1641. Is it part of your job to ensure that the State Water Project is operated in compliance with D1641?
I oversee a team of people and that are looking at the data on a daily basis to comply with our D1641 requirements. At the end of the day, I'm ultimately at my level responsible for that team.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up exhibit DWR 303? And this is entitled Bay Delta Standards. This refers to, this depicts the timing of various D1641 criteria. Is that generally true?
Generally, yes, this is a summary of the requirements.
And just for clarity at the bottom, it states that this was last revised September 29th, 2000. Is that what you see there?
Yes.
Have there been any changes to this summary of operational rules for meeting D1641 over the last 24 and change years?
As it relates to D1641, I would say in 2018, the board did adopt the updated requirements for South Delta salinity requirements.
So those are not reflected in this document, are they?
They are not.
Okay, and just to confirm, in the second main box under water quality standards, the green lines there, it shows that the water quality criteria for the Western and Interior Delta for agricultural uses are measured at Edmonton from April 1st to August 15th of each year. Is that right?
This shows what we're sharing here. It shows the maximum 14-day average. If there is a footnote there that corresponds to a second page that gets into more details on the specific salinity standards for the stations.
I think we can move. Well, okay, Ms. Mullen, do you mind scrolling down to the reference footnotes there? And you might need to it's up a page. And the top right box. Can we zoom in there? Okay. Ms. White, thank you for clarifying. This is the footnote you're referencing, correct?
Correct.
And are there any provisions governing EC in the Western or Interior Delta outside of the April 1st to August 15th dates?
Could you ask that again, please?
Sure. In these tables, are there any EC criteria imposed for the western or interior delta that are in effect outside of the April 1st through August 15th dates?
Did you say the interior? I'm sorry, the interior and western delta.
Yeah, that entire table,
Okay.
footnote
Mhm.
13 there.
Yeah, these are our D1641 requirements for the western and interior delta.
Yeah, that's what my question is about.
Yes,
Okay, and you are confirming that those requirements apply from April 1st through August 15th, not before or after, correct?
well, they're going to change based upon the water year type. Will change what is required for those stations.
Going back to my question, is there any date in here that is outside of the either before April 1st or after August 15th?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll ask Bryant to confirm that just to.
Yes, that standard only is from April 1st to August 15th. So footnote 15 does point to a Jersey Point standard that's a little different. It goes a little earlier, but it's a different standard.
Correct. Okay. We can exit out of this document, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Generally, Ms. White, your testimony does not provide any information on DWR's historical ability to comply with D1641 water criteria for the Western and Interior Delta, does it?
As stated in my testimony, it focuses on the regulatory requirements as well as integration of the Delta Conveyance project into state water project operations.
I don't think that fully gets to my question, which was you don't actually provide any information on DWR's historical ability to comply with the state water, scratch that, to comply with D1641 standards for the Western or Interior Delta, correct?
I did not provide any information on our historical compliance with D1641.
Did you look at DWR's historical compliance with D1641 when you were preparing your testimony?
That wasn't the focus of my testimony. My testimony was our current requirements, what they are, and the integration of DCP into the state water project.
I asked a yes or no question of, did you look at those historical compliance instances when you were preparing your testimony?
I didn't need to look at those for my testimony.
Thank you. Do you know the number of occurrences that Delta water quality exceeded the thresholds established by D1485 in 1978 or by D1641 in 2000?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to threshold.
Water quality standards for the Delta?
I don't have that information off the top of my head.
Ms. Mullen, could we please open exhibit DWR 402? Ms. White, do you happen to recognize this document as an exhibit that was prepared by Dr. Priest to support her testimony on model results?
I'm not familiar with this exhibit.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we just briefly scroll to page 31? Is it safe to assume, Ms. White, that you are not familiar with this table EC4?
Yes, I am not familiar with this table.
Okay. I'll just briefly represent to you that this was presented to show over a 92-year modeled period that the percentage of days that EC exceeded the D1641 water quality criteria at different locations Do you at least see that that is what that is indicating?
Again, I'd have to understand what the context of this table is. I'm not familiar with the entire exhibit itself.
I don't have a ton to explore with this, so maybe we can just cut it short. If you look at the first row there, which refers to the Sacramento River at Edmonton, I again will represent to you that this model indicates over the model period of 92 years that water quality exceedances occurred at Edmonton in 4.36% of days under existing conditions and 4.66% of days under the DCP as modeled in the EIR. Do you see those figures there?
I see the figures and these are modeling results as I understand it, the with and without the Delta Conveyance project.
Correct. And as modeled for the EIR, not the ITP. Just very generally, based on your experience with state water project operations, do you have a sense of whether the existing conditions simulation resembles DWR's historical compliance with D1641 criteria at Edmonton?
As I mentioned, I don't have the historical exceedance actual information handy on me, and these are modeled results, so I can't draw any comparison or conclusion.
That's fair. Are you aware that Dr. Priest also testified that the final EIR modeling showed that on a long-term average basis, modeled monthly average ECs would increase at Edmonton by 9% relative to existing conditions?
Again, I'm not familiar with Dr. Priest's full testimony, and I can't make any conclusions to draw between real-time operations and modeled operations.
Do you have a general understanding that modeled simulations of salinity that are based on a monthly average hydrology may not reflect EC spikes and even water quality exceedances that might occur on a shorter time step?
I am aware that the monthly modeling results may not be reflective of real-time conditions and operations.
Thank you. And you are not aware of any analysis that may have been done by DWR regarding the ultimate effect on farmers in the North Delta that could come from a long-term monthly average increase of 9% EC at Edmonton, are you?
I'm not aware.
Ms. Mullen, could we please now open exhibit DWR 414? No, I'm sorry, 414, 414. There we go. This is the 1981 contract between North Delta Water Agency and DWR on behalf of the state of California for the assurance of a dependable water supply of suitable quality. Ms. White, you did reference this contract a little earlier. Are you familiar with this contract?
I am familiar with the contract.
And as the lead operations manager for the state water project, what is your general understanding of this contract?
General understanding that there are water quality requirements set forth in the contract.
Great. And is it part of your job to make sure that the state water project is operated in compliance with the 1981 contract?
We operate the state water project to comply with this contract.
And you have responsibility over that compliance, correct?
That is one of my responsibilities.
Does DWR share responsibility to meet 1981 contract criteria with the Bureau of Reclamation or anyone else?
No, this is solely a contract between North Delta Water Agency and DWR.
And as opposed to the western and interior delta salinity criteria imposed by D1641, which is limited to outward boundaries of April 1st to August 15th, the 1981 contract applies year-round. Is that your understanding?
Yes, my understanding that this is a year-round contract.
Is the 1981 contract ever controlling on DWR operations?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to controlling.
Are there ever instances when DWR operates a state water project in accordance with the 1981 contract criteria as opposed to D1641?
In general, we operate the state water project to comply with this agreement or contract.
In doing so, do you ever use Fall X2 as a substitute for determining compliance with the 1981 contract?
Could you explain how Fall X2 would be used as a substitute?
That's a good question. I'm referring back to a response by Mr. Reyes during his panel in which he stated that DWR, well, I don't want to mischaracterize his testimony. He stated that at least in terms of establishing modeling assumptions, that Fall X2 is a suitable proxy for ensuring compliance with the 1981 contract. Do you agree with that on an operational level?
I guess it depends what conditions are in the system.
Because they are different standards, correct?
Well, Fall X2 is required in wetter type years. So with that being said, there wouldn't be an issue with meeting requirements.
I think you answered this, but I just wanted to double check. You're not aware of a time where the 1981 contract criteria were more stringent than D1641, such that the State Water Project was operated to meet 1981 contract standards as opposed to D1641, correct?
There have been years during very dry periods where DWR the State Water Project has maintained lower exports in recognition of this agreement.
But you don't have specifics on those instances?
Not specific dates and times.
That's fine.
Mhm.
I'd like to take a look at some of the core provisions of this contract for a little moment. Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll down to page 3? And recital A at the top left there. Ms. White, do you mind just reading to yourself recital A?
Okay, I've read it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Is that recital a fair summary of the purpose of the 1981 contract as you understand it?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
To your knowledge, Ms. White.
To my knowledge, I can interpret that. I can't conclude that.
So you don't know why DWR complies with the 1981 contract?
We operate to comply with the contract, but the interpretation of recital A, I am unable to draw the connection as asked before.
So if we could scroll down to Article 2, Ms. Mullen, please. I believe it's just on the next page. Yep, the top left there. This article pertains to water quality requirements, and it states that the state will operate the state water project to provide water qualities at least equal to the better of the standards adopted by the State Water Board, which would be D1641 at the current moment, or the criteria established in this contract. Is that consistent with your understanding of the water quality requirements of the 1981 contract?
As mentioned, we operate to comply with this contract.
But as this paragraph or this section points out, there are times when the water quality criteria of D1641 would be controlling, correct?
That is what the contract in number 1. Oh, hold on. Restate that, please.
Sure. This Article 2, subdivision A, I, or little 1, lays out 2 scenarios for DWR to comply with the contract as it pertains to water quality. And those are either complying with the standards adopted by the State Water Board, as they may be established from time to time, or the criteria established in this contract, which are then further detailed in attachment A. And the determinative factor of which of those standards applies is which one is better, meaning which one is more stringent or protective of water quality. Is that consistent with your understanding?
We operate to comply to D1641 and this contract. And so I can't say, are you asking for specific times again, or just agreeing that depending on certain times of the year, one standard could be more restrictive than the other?
The latter. Do you generally agree with that?
Generally, I would have to see the data that shows specific years where, say, number 2 may apply.
Well, that would be if I had indicated the former. I'm not asking about specific years when one scenario or the other does apply. I'm just asking, do you acknowledge that there are 2 scenarios to meet the water quality criteria of this contract? It could either be State Water Board standards or the criteria laid out in attachment A.
Actually, it calls for a legal standard and the document speaks for itself.
I'm just trying to establish Ms. White's understanding. We can move
Based
on.
on your understanding, Ms. White.
I acknowledge there's 1 and 2, the water board requirements, D1641 or the water board, whatever they are at the time. And then there is criteria that is established in this agreement.
And just to tie that up, do you agree that DWR is required to operate the state water project to the better of those 2 standards?
We operate the state water project and are required to operate to comply with the contract, based upon water quality that may be, or criteria that is impacted by our state water project operations.
That's not responsive to my question. I'm asking about the very first part of Article 2A1, which states, and I quote, "The state will operate the state water project to provide water qualities at least equal to the better of," and then it lays out the two scenarios. Do you agree that the determinative factor of which of the standards are followed and which one DWR follows in its operation depends on which one is better at that time?
Objection as to relevance and asked and answered.
It hasn't been answered yet.
Overruled. And Ms. White, just based on your own understanding.
Based on my understanding, I've stated that we operate the state water project to comply with this agreement.
Ms. White, that isn't, if you don't have an opinion,
Yeah,
please
I
say
don't
you
have an
you
opinion.
know, but okay.
Okay. You see in subdivision 2A, Roman numeral 2, that the water quality standards use a 14-day running average of the mean daily EC at the compliance point.
Two does state that there's a 14-day running average of mean daily EC.
Yes.
And it's at certain identified locations.
Yeah, and here this actually refers to Edmonton, but are you aware that this contract was amended in 1997 and that compliance point at Edmonton was moved to 3 Mile Slough?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And 3 Mile Slough is located upstream of Edmonton on the lower Sacramento River, correct?
Correct.
There are times, I believe this can be inferred from your responses, but I just want to confirm. Your understanding is that there are times, let's say after August 15th, when there are no western or interior delta salinity requirements imposed by D1641, where the 1981 contract criteria are controlling, correct?
I would say that there are times outside of our D1641 periods where the 1981 contract criteria are in effect.
Thank you. You may not be aware, I should just ask, are you aware that in her testimony, Dr. Priest testified about the modeled EC at 3 Mile Slough in addition to testifying about EC at Edmonton?
I'm not familiar with Dr. Priest's testimony on that.
Okay. Is it generally consistent with the understanding, though, that salinity increases that are modeled over a long-term monthly average of 8% at 3 Mile Slough may not capture the full range of salinity changes, including sharper spikes that could occur on smaller time steps?
As you mentioned, yeah, those are modeled, they're monthly averages. There are other influences that can impact salinity conditions just based upon conditions, say in the delta, tidal influences and so forth, and flows. So I can't necessarily state that there are spikes within that 8% range, just acknowledging that in the intermonthly aspect of real-time operations, there are changes.
Okay, I have 2 more questions and then maybe we can break for lunch.
Great.
Did you observe any of the cross-examination of Dr. Priest last month in this hearing, Ms. White?
I might have seen just a short snippet, not a lot. I did.
Okay. Did you happen to catch when Dr. Priest gave the opinion that the DCP will not result in an injury to legal users of water with regard to water quality, so long as DWR complies with the beneficial use protections adopted in D1641?
I can't, no, I did not see that.
Do you agree with that statement?
Again, that's not my statement. I can't.
I
The
know.
board establishes beneficial uses as well as standards to protect those beneficial uses, and DWR will operate the Delta Conveyance project to comply with the standards at the time.
I'm not talking about times when D1641 is in effect. I'm specifically asking because of the existence of this Article 2 of the 1981 contract. I mean, would you agree that the existence of additional water quality requirements that go outside of the applicable times where water quality is governed by D1641 conflicts with the conclusion that complying with D1641 is protective of water quality in terms of legal injury to legal users of water?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I think that's right, Mr. Cho. Can you try the question again in a different way?
Sure. I'm purely asking within your expertise as an operator. I'm not asking you to conclude whether any injury would in fact occur. I'm just asking whether you believe DWR can operate to D1641 water quality requirements. And as so long as it is complying with those, there can be no injury to legal users of water. This isn't a conclusion as to the ultimate injury, but just whether there are potential injuries that could occur outside of the April 1st to August 15th time period.
Objection calls for speculation and still calls for legal conclusion.
So I think, Mr. Cho, can you help? What do you mean by injury if you don't mean legal injury?
Well, I do mean legal injury. I'm just not asking for Ms. White to opine on what those injuries would be. I'm merely asking if it's possible for a user of water to be injured outside of April 1st to August 15th. In her mind, given the fact that there is this contract that does apply outside of that time period.
I see. To the extent you have it as an operator, to the extent you have an opinion, Ms. White.
As an operator, I don't have an opinion on the legal injury to water users.
And is that because you have no opinion on the purpose of the 1981 contract?
I've already stated about how DWR will operate to comply with the 1981 agreement.
That wasn't my question with respect. I asked earlier if you agreed with recital A, which stated the purpose of the 1981 contract, and you replied that you had no opinion on that and could not provide a response. And I'm asking now if the reason that you cannot agree or disagree with Dr. Prisa's statement that D1641 is wholly protective of legal users of water when it comes to water quality, is that inability to opine based on your lack of an opinion on the purpose of the 1981 contract?
Objection argumentative misstates testimony.
Overruled.
I can't comment on Dr. Priest's testimony. I can state that the 1981 contract requirement is a year-long contract, and D1641 standards, say for Edmonton as an example, is for a portion of the year.
Okay. And this is the last one before our break, and I'm sorry that that first one took a lot longer than I thought it would. Ms. White, do you know how many times in the history of the 1981 contract that there have been exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria?
I know that there have been historical exceedances of the 1981 contract.
But you don't know a number.
I do not know the number.
This is a good break off point, Ms. Kenzie, if
Okay.
ready.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cho. So we will break for lunch. What I'd like to do, it's 12:16. I know normally I give a longer lunch break. I do want to let you know I need to break from 1:30 to 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we will have an additional half-hour break. It's sort of awkwardly timed. What I'd like to do is go ahead and come back at 12:50. That way we'll have a good chunk of time. And I'm sorry to break up your cross like this, Mr. Cho. I realize you have quite a bit. And then we will break again for half an hour from 1:30 to 2. So with that, and we have sent, Ms. Carroll, we have, I believe, sent a link to the email address that you requested, so that should be there. And I will see all of you at 12:50. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And we are, it's 12:52. We are picking up with our afternoon portion of the hearing on the proposed Delta Conveyance project. We left off with Mr. Cho's cross-examination of panel 4, and I will look to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. We have switched computers again for Molly White. So I'm going to ask that Ms. Morris and Ms. White say something so we can identify the appropriate computers.
Great, thank you.
This is Miss Morris.
This is Miss Morris. So I will ask my team to change that voice and that box to
Yes.
Stephanie Morris, please.
And I believe Ms. White might need to be elevated, so I'll have her raise her virtual hand.
I think I see that. I will wait. I'm looking to my team to change. There we go. And then if you would please elevate Molly White. And thank you for your patience on these security procedures. We're all working through them. I know they're new, and in this case, we're overly protective, maybe.
No,
Well,
it's greatly appreciated, and we thank you for the patience with us. But if this doesn't work, I have no idea how to make it work after this.
Ms. White, would we like to try an audio check? Let's check and see you can we can hear you.
Hello, test.
Testing, good. I think we're all set. With that, before we jump right back into things, is there anything we need to address before I hand things back over to Mr. Cho? Look to the room.
I do have just a very small, maybe petty procedural question.
Great.
Whether these disruptions have been counting towards protestants' stop clock time, or if that's being paused every time there's an interruption.
My understanding is that it's being paused. We have someone dedicated to the timing. So I think this dedicated person has been very dedicated. I will make sure. It's certainly my intent that they would be paused.
I appreciate that dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I will hand things over to you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you. Hello again, Ms. White. Ms. Mullen, could we please get back into the North Delta contract, which is DWR 414? And I'd like to direct us to Article 12, which starts at the very, very bottom of page 5. You can see that's entitled Remedies. And my question relates to the top left quadrant of page 6, which starts with the sentence, if the water quality in the Delta channels falls below that provided in this contract, ... Do you mind just reading the remainder of that paragraph to yourself, Ms. White?
I will do so. Give me a minute. Okay.
And is it your understanding that this section sets out a number of remedies in the event that the water quality criteria of the 1981 contract are exceeded?
This does discuss remedies as I read that.
And included in those potential remedies are potential cessation of diversions to storage in State Water Project reservoirs, or release stored water from State Water Project reservoirs, or cease export by the State Water Project from Delta channels, correct?
That is what the 12A states in the middle of that paragraph.
Thank you. And you mentioned before our break
Mhm.
that DWR in the past has altered its operations to meet 1981 contract standards. Do you recall saying that?
I did, yes, I recall saying that.
Do you know if those alterations to operations were done pursuant to Article 12?
I can't explicitly say in response to Article 12, but we do coordinate with North Delta Water Agency regularly. And as I mentioned, historically, there have been times that we have just reduced diversions in very dry periods.
And beyond the instance of reduced or altered operations that you discussed, are you aware of any other times where the remedies of Article 12 have been invoked or carried out?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll up to Article 6? There. And this article is entitled Flow Impact. Do you see that, Ms. White?
I see that.
Are you familiar with this section of the contract?
No.
Okay. So then you are not aware that the 1981 contract, in addition to providing water quality criteria, also prohibits DWR from conveying state water project water in a manner that would decrease or increase the natural flow or reversal of flow direction or change in surface elevation of water in delta channels that would be to the detriment of those delta channels or North Delta water users.
That's what I'm reading in number 6 here.
Were you aware of that prior to this?
I've read through this contract a couple times over the course of time. And so I'm seeing this again. So it wasn't top of mind.
Okay. And we see this continuing on to the next page above the next article that talks about some potential remedies for detrimental changes to flow or water surface elevation, including that DWR shall be responsible for required diversion facility modifications. Do you see that?
I see that at the end of paragraph 6 or 6.
Are you aware that within the North Delta Water Agency, a number of farmers irrigate using gravity siphons?
I'm not aware how North Delta water users divert their water from the system.
Are you at all aware of Mr. Singh's testimony earlier in this proceeding that modeling of the DCP intakes indicated there would be reductions in water surface levels in the vicinity of the new intakes by up to half a foot?
I'm aware that Mr. Singh testified on modeling that he had provided in his testimony.
And are you aware that part of his testimony touched on changes to water surface elevation?
In general, I'm familiar with that.
But you've not analyzed the effect that changes in flow or surface elevation caused by the operation of the DCP could have on nearby gravity-fed siphons, correct?
No, I have not.
If changes to water levels caused by DCP were to adversely affect the ability of farmers to divert using gravity-fed siphons, would that be an issue operationally for DWR?
I would say that when we schedule diversions from the North Delta intakes, we would not do so if there were going to be impacts to the North Delta Water Agency users by the sole operation of the intakes.
And are you aware of the type of impact that could result from a change to water surface elevation to a gravity-fed siphon?
Can you be more specific on type of
Sure.
impact?
Very broadly speaking, do you know how a gravity-fed siphon works?
Not necessarily. I'm not familiar.
If I were to just represent to you, I guess, that gravity-fed siphons depend on the amount of head, meaning the amount of water above the gravity-fed siphon intake, in order to create enough pressure for the pump to work. Does that help clarify things at all for you?
That gives me a general sense of how they operate. Thank you.
And so then do you understand the connection I'm making here to a reduction in water surface levels near the intakes and potential effects on nearby farmers who use gravity-fed siphons?
I think more information would need to be had because I don't understand, what I don't know is the extent of any actual water elevation change in response to delta conveyance diversions and the actual diversion, the gravity-fed diversions that are in the system. Just more information would be needed to draw a conclusion on
Understood.
impacts. Okay.
Thank you. Are you aware of any commitments by DWR in the operations plan or elsewhere to coordinate operations with water users within North Delta Water Agency to minimize or avoid detrimental effects of changes on flow or surface water levels caused by the DCP?
Are you asking whether I'm aware of an agreement with North Delta Water Agency water
No.
users? Okay.
I'm asking if you're aware of any commitments that DWR may have made. And just for reference, maybe, I'll note that there are some commitments that DWR has made regarding coordination for flow reversal effects with certain entities on the Sacramento River. Are you aware of those?
I'm aware of that. That's one of our proposed permit conditions. I'm not aware of others that you're speaking to or asking about.
Okay. We can pull this contract down now, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Changing gears, you do not explicitly discuss any DCP modeling in your testimony, do you, Ms. White?
The only modeling I would say, and it's not necessarily modeling, is the analysis at the end of my testimony using the historical information that Mr. Georgie provided an overview of.
Did you consult with Mr. Singh or Mr. Reyes or anyone else in the DWR modeling team in the course of the preparation of their testimony or yours?
Not to the specifics of all of their testimony.
Okay. Do you agree with Mr. Singh's conclusion that the modeling assumptions accurately represent DCP operations?
I'm not a modeler, so I'd have to understand I don't know what all the assumptions that went into the modeling for DCP are.
Okay, so you were not involved in confirming Mr. Singh's conclusion there?
I can't speak to or make an opinion on Mr. Singh's conclusion as he provided his testimony. I can't provide information.
Right. My question was actually, you were not involved in the formation of Mr. Singh's conclusion by consulting with him, correct?
Correct. I mean, what I'm addressing here are the real-time operations and conditions that we would consider for real-time operations of the Delta Conveyance project.
I understand. You state on page 5 of your testimony, maybe Ms. Mullen, could we bring that up? It's DWR 300R. And lines 7 through 9, you state that the DCP will not be diverting at its full capacity all the time. Do you see that?
Correct.
Have you analyzed how often it would operate to full capacity?
I do not have that analysis. I don't know. I have not analyzed. I should reframe my answer. No, I have not analyzed how often it would be at.
Okay. but you just generally understand from existing regulatory requirements that there would be constraints that prevent the full use of the DCP intakes.
Generally speaking, from even the retrospective analysis, the DCP was not used at the full capacity the entire time.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with Dr. Greenwood's testimony in this proceeding?
Very, very minimal.
Are you aware that in his testimony, he stated that over the modeled 100-year period per the ITP modeling, that there were only 2 out of 100 years that had a single full month, which was the month of January, of diversion at 6,000 CFS?
If that's what Mr. Greenwood testified, that was in his testimony and what he testified to. I'm not aware of that.
So you have no opinion on the actual frequency. I'll strike that. I believe you answered that already. Do you generally agree with Mr. Singh's testimony that the model results do not reflect the operational flexibility that real-time operators have to minimize effects?
Yes, I generally agree with that.
And that is in part because the calcium 3 modeling utilizes simplified rules and also simulates hydrology on a monthly time step. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with all the rules that are included in the calcium monthly modeling, but by the nature of the fact that calcium is based upon monthly time steps does not account for the intermonths real-time conditions that influence real-time operations.
Could we go to page 10 of your testimony, where you're describing, you describe that state water project operators monitor and report real-time salinity conditions. I didn't put a line down here. So it's on line 19 on page 10.
I'm looking at my testimony.
Okay. And you state in your testimony that operators monitor and report real-time data to ensure compliance with a number of controlling factors, flow criteria, salinity, and delta outflow, and other regulations. But your description of daily state water project operations refers to adjustments being made in accordance with applicable regulations, correct? I believe that's further down. It splits the pages, so it's 10 and 11. It's starting on 10.
Yeah, back up to paragraph 10. Is that what you're?
No,
Oh, on the second page.
Yeah.
I don't see what you're referring to.
So it's the last sentence on page 10, which leads on to page 11, saying that there are adjustments based on ramping rate, sweeping velocity rates, and that are in accordance with flow criteria and regulations. Correct?
Okay, yes, I see that.
Great. Are those adjustments to meet salinity criteria done on a daily basis?
What is being referred to here is how the diversion rates of the North Delta intakes will be adjusted based upon the velocity and flow criteria. Depending upon what the salinity requirement is at the time would just be speculative in nature on how it's going to be based upon what the actual salinity requirement is.
Sure. I think your answer was yes, that you do adjust for salinity on a daily basis. Correct?
Not all the time, but we have adjusted in current operations.
Does real-time operator flexibility also allow DWR to divert more water than what might be depicted in model results?
Objection. Lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled based on your experience, Ms. White.
Can you restate your question, please, Mr. Cho?
Yeah, so a few moments ago, you agreed with Mr. Singh's statement that the modeling cannot account for some of the additional flexibility that real-time operators have to minimize effects, right?
I agreed that the modeling does not take into account, because it's a monthly time step, the real-time conditions within the month that change.
Correct. And within that month, as real-time operators, you have more flexibility to make daily adjustments based on the prevailing conditions that day, correct?
Based upon the information on every day, yes, we can make adjustments.
And I'm asking whether those adjustments can be made in both directions to divert less water under the DCP or divert more.
We'll be looking at real-time conditions throughout the Delta to determine what those flow diversions would be and would schedule in accordance to meet the applicable regulatory requirements.
That's not an answer to my question, Ms. White. I'm asking, is it possible for real-time operators to adjust diversions both down and up based on these daily evaluations?
Yes, we can adjust on a daily basis our operations.
Going back to your testimony, at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2, you state that your testimony is consistent with the DCP operations plan as revised February 2025. Is that correct?
My testimony states it's consistent with the updated operations plan.
Which was revised in February of 2025, correct?
Correct, yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please open DWR 805R? Thank you. Ms. White, did you prepare this DCP operations plan?
I participated in the preparation of this plan.
Was there a lead responsible for its preparation?
It was a group effort.
Who signed off on the finalization of it?
I would say that this is a living document that is updated to reflect current permit conditions, regulatory requirements. So it's essentially published as a revised document by Department of Water Resources. I don't believe there's a signatory to this plan.
Thank you for the clarification. I misspoke when I said finalized. But there's no one who, in your knowledge, makes the final decision to publish?
It is reviewed. I reviewed it, and legal reviewed it, and it's been reviewed and posted on our website for the public, for that the public can access it as well.
I'm going to try one more time because I don't think it's a complicated question, but I'm trying to get to who is the ultimate deciding figure when it comes to what the Delta Conveyance Project Operations Plan says. Is it you, or is it someone above you, or someone else?
Again, I would say it's a DWR. I approve it. I reviewed it, and it's again, I don't think I don't look at it. It's a living document that was from generally by the Department of Water Resources. And so I would have to ask my attorneys, to be honest, as far as it's going out under DWR emblem posted by Department of Water Resources.
Okay, I'll move on. Does the operations plan include any operational limits or constraints that are not derived from D1641 or the state or federal Endangered Species Acts?
The operations plan includes the regulatory requirements that we know as of right now. So the incidental take permit, this revised version includes the criteria as prescribed in the incidental take permit as well.
So is your answer no?
Can you restate your question then?
I asked if the operations plan includes any operational limits or constraints that are not derived from D1641 or either of the Endangered Species Acts.
Okay, the operations plan does state that we will operate in to comply with contractual requirements as well. And we can find that in the operations plan.
Thank you. We will get to that, I promise.
Okay. Okay.
You already stated that the operations plan is a living document, so it is subject to change. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
If we could scroll down to page 9 and 10 of the operations plan. And it's below the upstream reservoirs heading, which I believe is a bit further down. Oh, maybe I'm listing the wrong page. Sorry, one sec.
Upstream reservoir, Mr. Cho, is 2.1. You were on the right page. I think we just went by it. If that's helpful.
It is. Thank you, Ms. Morris. It's stated, in fact, that upstream facilities will continue to be operated to meet regulatory, environmental, and contractual obligations during both excess and balanced flow conditions. Is that your understanding?
What sentence again? I'm looking for it.
Let me point it out. So it's in the second line below the heading 2.1 in that first sentence there.
About upstream facilities will continue to be operated to meet that statement. Yes, I see that.
Okay. And then similarly on page 10 towards the bottom, under section 2.2.3, it's the second to last paragraph on page 10. There's a statement that says carriage water operations will be constrained by DWR's compliance with contractual obligations. Is that right?
What?
The last sentence of the second to last paragraph, talking about carriage water operations.
Carriage water stream could either be diverted or. I guess I just didn't hear what you said. I think didn't maybe exactly follow the operations plan language.
My question was, does that statement indicate to you that carriage water operations will be constrained by DWR's compliance with contractual obligations?
Operations to say shift our operations would be in accordance with all regulatory and contractual requirements.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll to page 11? And this is the operational decision flowchart for daily DCP diversion decisions that you reference in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And does this chart apply for both excess and balance conditions?
Yes, the column on the left is excess flows conditions, and balanced on the right.
Mhm. And does this chart ever require DWR to determine whether excess flows are available beyond what may be required by the 1981 contract?
I'm not tracking that question. Could you?
Sure. Look at the first box in the flow chart that
Mhm.
establishes whether excess flows are available above what is needed for D1641. Do you see that?
I see that.
Is there a similar point in time in this flow chart that requires DWR to determine whether excess flows are available beyond what is required in the 1981 contract?
I would say, generally speaking, this flow chart is a very high level summary touching on some of the items that we would be looking at as we operate the Delta Conveyance project. I think we just went through where it's stated in other places that when we do operate, we'll be looking at meeting all contractual and regulatory requirements.
Don't you think it should include compliance with the 1981 contract?
I would say that this is a summary and it is stated within the narrative of the plan.
So someone on your team, DWR operators, cannot reasonably rely on this flow chart to guide operations because there are other considerations that they need to consider. Is that accurate?
Objection, misstates testimony.
You try it again, Mr. Cho.
Is this flow chart sufficient to guide DCP operations to avoid exceedances of the 1981 contract?
As stated in the operations plan, we will operate the Delta Conveyance project to comply with our regulatory and contractual requirements.
I'm going to move to strike that response. It's a yes or no question, Ms. White.
Well, you can
Objection.
respond with more than yes or no, but Ms. White, your response did not address the question, whether this flow chart captures all of the elements of compliance that you reference.
We can look at this flow chart and perhaps what is excess flows above what is needed for contractual and regulatory requirements. So maybe D1641, we don't have ITP requirements in this as well. Again, this is a summary and certainly it's a living document and this document will be refined as conditions change and to fine tune it, if you will, that it's ready for the future for the operators.
So I don't think I heard you correctly. Did you say that the ITP requirements are not in this flow chart?
No, they're in the third box.
Right. But the 1981 contract requirements are not, correct?
Specifically, the 1981 contracts is not called out in this flow chart, but it is called out in the narrative of the plan itself, as well as in my testimony.
Where does consideration of the 1981 contract criteria fall within this flowchart process if you had to assign it somewhere?
Can you scroll down? I think we could, the contractual requirements could be added in what specific box. I mean, I'm on the fly. Again, I'd want to take a look at, the narrative again, as I've stated, it's in the narrative.
Okay, let's switch gears again. Page 9 of the operations plan. Can we just scroll up a little bit, Ms. Mullen? And under the heading of excess flow operations, towards the end of the first paragraph, there's a statement that the DCP is not proposing to increase the total quantity of water permitted for diversion under the existing DWR water rights. Do you see that?
Yes,
What is that total quantity of water permitted for diversion?
we have our water rights permit, the quantity of a rate of 10,350 CFS for diversion from the Delta.
Do you consider a rate to be a quantity?
It can be, yes, it is a quantity.
The quantity that a rate refers to will change depending on the amount of time associated with it, doesn't it?
Correct.
Okay. This seems like more of a definitive statement than the quantity is variable depending on how long you're looking at it.
Correct. And I was thinking more within the day's time frame, just from a matter of fact, how a rate can be converted to a volume in a single day.
Right. But a rate is not a total quantity, correct? Total implies that there's some cap.
You need some sideboards there on what that is.
Somewhat?
Well, just you need to yes, you can calculate based upon a rate, based upon time and so forth. You can calculate a volume over time. What I was getting at.
Okay. Is this statement in the operations plan referring just to the maximum rate that is ascribed in DWR's state water project permits?
Can you be, I'm referring to the total diversion of rates under our water rights.
So you're referring specifically to the 10,350 CFS?
Correct.
Okay. DWR has indicated that it will submit information regarding its historical water diversion in terms of annual volume, correct?
Correct.
And that'll be 4 days from now, correct?
Yes, 4 days from now, May 27th.
And have you participated in the preparation of that information?
I have.
And am I correct to understand that you will be offering additional testimony regarding that historical diversion?
Yes, that's the plan.
Will you be joined by any other witnesses that you know of?
I believe there will be additional witnesses, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. I believe that'll be outlined on the 27th.
Okay.
But I would have to defer. I don't have all that information.
Sure. Are you aware as you sit here whether at this point DWR has identified a highest quantity of water diverted in a single year under the state water project permits before December 31st, 2009?
We'll be providing information as requested by the hearing officer on the 27th, and I'm not prepared to talk about it today.
That's fair. I was just asking if you were aware if such a volume has been identified at this point.
A volume, on what again?
The highest quantity of water diverted in a single year under the state water project permits subject to this change petition prior to December 31st, 2009.
Diverted from the Delta, are you referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Cho, I'm sorry, hopefully this is a good time to interrupt, but it is 1:31 and I do need to take the pre-planned half-hour break. And I apologize for interrupting you once again. So I would like to go ahead and take a break. We will return at 2 o'clock. Thank you for your patience on this. Maybe you can pick up with your lunch breaks. And I will see you in half an hour. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, it is 2:02. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Wonderful. Thank you. I see we have Mr. Cho, Ms. Carroll, and Ms. White, which I think, and Mr. Georgie. Back to you, Mr. Cho. I apologize for that. Another interruption. So,
Quite all right. Ms. White, just before our break, you answered that DWR has identified the highest quantity of water diverted from the Delta in a single year. Just to clarify, by quantity, you mean a volume, not a rate, correct?
Correct, a volume.
And you didn't happen to utilize the last 30-minute break to find out what that quantity was, did you?
No, I did not.
That's fine. Had to ask. Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we go to DWR 300R and to page 5 of Ms. White's testimony? Starting at line 10, you discuss excess flow operations, and you refer to the South Delta priority concept, which is a proposed permit term in DWR Exhibit 1101, correct?
Yes, it is. Permit term number 2.
Thank you. And on line 16, in describing these excess flow operations, you state, should there be additional excess flow, DWR can divert water from the DCP intakes. Do you see that?
Yes.
How do you quantify additional excess flows as you use it here?
The operators would be looking at flows in the system, looking at gauges, whether it report, outflow, but also including what those maximizing those exports, say, from the South Delta export facility. And if there was additional flows on top of what is needed to meet the, say, D1641 flows, and there was we'd look to divert from the Delta conveyance facility, should there be available flow, while also meeting the bypass flow criteria as well.
And is DWR required to maximize diversions at the South Delta facilities to achieve this South Delta priority?
Maximize in the context of maximizing what we can based upon all the requirements. So it's not maximizing to say to capacity, it's maximizing based on what we can export based upon what those regulatory requirements are.
But this is under excess flow operations where all of those requirements are being met already, isn't it?
These are excess flows. There could be restrictions in the South Delta excess flow where there's ESA and CISA restrictions in the South Delta. So we would be maximizing our diversions from the South Delta with respect to those requirements. And this is, again, pulling on current regulatory requirements and so forth.
I'm looking at the first sentence of excess flow operations. I'm trying to find where that qualification would sit. Can you point that out?
Excess flows in the amount necessary to comply with regulations and considering existing facilities.
Right. So those are all satisfied. And now
Mhm.
you're talking about additional excess flows that can be diverted. And I'm asking whether the South Delta priority concept, which is only applicable for the purposes of this question under excess flow operations, would require maximizing the South Delta facilities before DCP intakes can be used.
It would be, so are you asking on, I do look at where in my testimony on line 16 where it says, should there be additional excess flow in the state water project, that the state water project will divert through the North Delta intakes in accordance with all applicable regulatory requirements.
I see that as well.
Mhm.
That's not where my question was going. I'm asking
Okay.
about at the South Delta intakes, what criteria would still constrain South Delta intakes under excess flow operations?
The criteria that I am referring to is because we don't know what the criteria will be for South Delta export facilities when the DCP becomes operational.
Right, but we're
So
just
whatever is
Right.
the South Delta we'd be operating to in the South Delta, what the available supply is based upon what's governing those operations in the South Delta.
Ms. White, all of your testimony relies on the assumption of existing criteria, doesn't it?
Yes, because that's absent the ITP.
Right. So we're not talking about speculative future criteria that might apply at the South Delta. We're talking about what applies now, aren't we?
That's what I'm using as a reference to future operations. And that's what I thought you were asking about, is when the Delta Conveyance project would be in operation.
I don't want to belabor this because I have other questions, but I feel like we're dancing around this still.
I don't know what, sorry.
Starting at line 11, you define what excess flows are, and you state excess flows exist. And I believe this is, with the mutual agreement between DWR and Reclamation, that the Delta has flows in excess of all in-basin uses, and the amounts necessary to comply with applicable regulations. Is that fair?
That is fair. That is what my testimony says, excess flows. It's not excess conditions as stated in the coordinated operations agreement. It's when excess flows are available.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. So we're only talking about this specific term of excess flow operations as you describe it in your testimony.
Correct.
You lay out that that scenario exists when all water needed to comply with regulations is present. And then you refer to the ability of the DCP intakes to take additional excess flows. And so I'm asking, does the South Delta priority concept, which is proposed as a permit term, require just partial use of the South Delta facilities or initial use of the South Delta facilities, or does it require maximization of the South Delta facilities before the North Delta intakes can be used?
It would be maximizing our pumping in the South Delta first, based upon such that we can maximize based upon the regulatory requirements that are solely pertinent to the operation of the South Delta facilities, such as what we have now, our ESA and CISA requirements.
Right, but what I'm saying is if there are still constraints imposed on the South Delta facilities that would limit the amount that can be diverted from the South Delta facilities, are we still in excess flow operations?
We could be. It depends if they're, I mean, can we step back and give it an example, maybe?
I'd rather not. I'd like
Okay.
to move forward. Thank you. Does prioritization of the South Delta facilities under the proposed permit term come before all DCP intake use, including the wheeling of transfer water or even moving of CVP water?
This specific section that we're sharing right now is solely looking at excess flow operations. So during excess flow operations, we've set forth, I believe what you're referring to is when we're in balanced conditions, perhaps?
Not necessarily. I'm asking, I see that this is referring to diversions using the DCP intakes, and there being a limitation based on that South Delta priority concept. And maybe your answer addresses this, but is it possible for the DCP facilities to be utilized for water transfers during excess flow operations? Or is that not possible?
I don't think it would be possible because transfer periods are typically July through September, and
Well, this isn't limited by season or month.
no, but just around conditions with how our hydrology is. Typically July through September, we are in balanced conditions and we're not in excess flow operations if the DCP were operational.
So would it be a problem if that permit term limited the application of excess flow operations to those periods outside of particular times of the year where we would normally be in balanced conditions?
I'm not
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to problem.
I'll move on. Does the operations plan limit excess flow operational advantage to, oh, I'm sorry, that's a different question. Starting on line 20 of page 5, you discuss shifting from South Delta diversions to the DCP intakes may occur during excess conditions to achieve an operational advantage, which you then define for purposes of your testimony as a temporary operation that would benefit fishery conditions. And it bleeds on to page 6 if you want to scroll down a little bit further, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, does the operations plan limit the excess flow operational advantage to fishery benefits as you do in your testimony?
That is essentially what we are, as the testimony states, is the type of conditions that would support that shift, although it would be in coordination with the state and federal fishery agencies. And I'll just stop there. It would be in coordination as my testimony reads.
Ms. Mullen, could we please open DWR 805R and go to page 9? And the second to the bottom bullet states that shifting from south to north is not expected to occur unless there is an operational advantage to do so at the discretion of DWR and in coordination with the federal agencies you mentioned. But then it provides an example indicating additional real-time South Delta fish protections are an example, but that's not exhaustive, at least as it's used here in the operations plan, correct?
Understood. There's an example provided in that bullet.
And by providing an example, it is not saying that that is the only situation where operational advantage might be achieved during excess flow operations, correct?
As stated here and in my testimony, at this point, can't speculate upon what the conditions will be like when the DCP becomes operational, but that is the certain circumstance where would be supported maybe a shift based upon fishery concerns.
Well, why is that different than your testimony, which you explicitly state that you're defining operational advantage just for purposes of your testimony as operations that benefit fishery conditions?
It's the best of the information that we know now.
I understand that, but there's a difference between the two statements. Do you agree with that?
I would have to reread my testimony, but it's an example, maybe not as explicit as stated here as an example.
I'm trying to identify the instances where these operational advantages might be pursued. Your testimony and the operations plan present slightly different situations. One, the operations plan saying that an example of situations that might trigger this are to achieve fishery benefits. your testimony expressly says it is limited to fishery benefits. Which one should I go off of?
I would say my testimony, I do state that it would be for fisheries protections.
Can DWR shift from south to north for operational advantage on its own volition?
Can you be more specific on timing and so forth? Or just more specific?
Well, it can be any timing, but I'm referring specifically to the fact that your testimony says that it can be at the request of the fisheries agencies. But that's not stated in the operations plan. The operations plan refers to coordination with the fisheries agencies, and I'm just trying to figure out if there's a difference there too.
In general, the discussion of operational advantage is referring to fisheries for fisheries protection that would have to be in coordination with the state and federal fish agencies.
So is DUWR prohibited from switching from south to north for operational advantage without the mutual agreement of the fisheries agencies and without it being, that's a compound, just the first part. I can restate it if that got confusing.
I know I'm reading the question on our the caption, so when I take a pause there, what DWR is proposing is to maximize to the extent that we can, based upon requirements in the South Delta, we would maximize the South Delta exports first. If there's excess flow available, yes, then we'd shift to the North Delta intakes. However, with the shift from south to north under excess flow conditions would be, as I see it, more as a consideration and discussion among the fisheries agencies in a forum similar to, water operations management team. Or maybe it's the North Delta team, but.
Right, it is 2:02. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us? We were not Zoom bombed. Someone was listening to our hearing.
Sorry, I had a YouTube open, but it was paused. I don't know why.
No problem.
My apologies. That was not a Zoom bomb, I promise. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Ms. White. I think we can move on though.
Okay.
Let's talk about balance condition operations. On page 6 of your testimony, you state that during balance condition operations, DWR will not shift exports from the South Delta facility to the DCP intakes if the combined South Delta State Water Project and CVB exports are less than 3,000 CFS from July through September. Is that correct?
Correct. That is what my testimony reads.
And Ms. Muller, I'm sorry you're jumping around, but if we could go back to section 2.2.3 of the operations plan, which is on page 10. And there's a discussion of carriage water operations that states shifting may occur while maintaining water quality requirements. Do you see that at the second to bottom paragraph on page 10?
They're saying shifting. Are you explicit the second to last paragraph?
It's the second to the bottom paragraph on page 10. Basically saying that carriage water operations can allow for shifting as long as the water quality requirements are maintained.
The purpose of carriage water shifting would be done under balanced conditions. The purpose of shifting from south to north it's for the flexibility and efficiency of the operations to provide for carriage water savings. However, by doing that shift, we'd want to make sure, and we would make sure that it wouldn't impact water quality in the
Okay.
Delta.
I think the answer's was just, did you see that statement? That is the first sentence in the second paragraph, second to bottom paragraph. When this refers to water quality requirements, do you view that as inclusive of the 1981 contract water quality requirements?
Any shifting and operations of the North Delta intakes we'd be operating to comply with D1641 standards and contractual requirements.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we open DWR 305? And do you recognize this exhibit, Ms. White?
I do.
Okay. And this is depicting the without DCP and with DCP, showing the effect of utilizing the DCP to reduce the need for carriage water for in-delta transfers. Is that accurate?
Essentially, it's a conceptual illustration.
Yes. What is the general net effect? Let me back up a little bit. Does the carriage water requirement under existing operational rules provide a net benefit to Delta water quality?
Carriage water is assessed when we move, right now, when we being State Water Project, for instance, moves transfers from north of Delta to south of Delta. So the carriage water, and so as we are moving transfers through the South Delta export facilities, it takes to move that water across the Delta, you need additional water to maintain salinity in the Delta, such that by the movement or conveyance of that transfer water across the Delta does not impact the projects. And so with that being said, when any carriage water savings would be maintaining salinity.
Ms. White, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is not going close to addressing my question, which was, do current carriage water requirements provide a net benefit to Delta water quality? I'm not talking about carriage water savings or anything else.
So you're saying carriage water savings?
No,
Let's
I'm talking about
repeat your question.
I'm
Carriage
asking
water.
currently, under current existing operations of the State Water Project, does the requirement that carriage water be added to water that's transferred through the Delta provide a net benefit to Delta water quality?
It provides the same water quality that would be with or without transfers.
So in your mind, it zeroes out. It's the exact same water quality as if the transfer never happened?
Yes, that's how we look at it, that it's neutral.
In practice, though, is that how can you verify that that's the case?
We do preliminary assessments of anticipated carriage water costs based upon the near-term forecasted conditions. And then once the transfer season is completed, we perform a hindcast modeling based upon actual conditions to verify what that carriage water was.
Okay. So in your mind, the switching over to using DCP facilities to, in effect, reduce the need for carriage water would also have a net zero effect on salinity in the Delta?
as described to maintain salinity.
That doesn't answer my question. I'm asking, in your opinion, would use of the DCP facilities and the reduction of carriage water required because the transfers are no longer being conducted at the same volume as they are now, would that change have a net zero effect on delta water quality?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to location of the benefit.
As to the net zero effect, is that what you meant, Ms. Morris?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, that's,
Well,
do you have any specification, Mr. Cho?
well, I'm not intending this to be a specific question because I think that would get a little too convoluted. I'm asking with broad terms, the use of carriage water is intended to avoid salinity intrusion, correct?
Correct.
Or I should say it's meant to offset the effects of salinity intrusion by maintaining the salinity barrier, right?
Yes, that additional water is needed because of the additional exports.
Okay. And as it stands now, water quality is never improved beyond what it would be absent the transfer. As you calculate it, it's a zero effect as if the transfer never happened, correct?
That is the goal.
Okay, I'll move on then. DWR is requesting in proposed permit term 3 that the State Water Board add the DCP exports to the export inflow ratio contained in D1641. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the EI ratio is intended to ensure that there's enough delta inflow to counteract the increased salinity effects of delta exports. Is that right?
Yeah, and that's the purpose, the goal.
Okay. This is more of just a clarification question. Wouldn't adding DCP exports to the ratio mean that delta inflow would also need to be increased by a proportional amount?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation.
This is just a plumbing
No.
question. Maybe I'm completely mistaken. I'm asking for Ms. White's help on this.
As EI ratios are prescribed right now in D1641, there are specific EI ratios that are required for us to comply to in certain months of the year. So as it's stated right now, maybe more additional info, but I don't know what the EI requirement would be. So it would be speculative on what a future EI ratio requirement would be.
Sure.
We're proposing to add to exports.
Understood. The DCP intakes will have the effect of reducing delta inflow, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what hydrological time frame we're discussing.
There's never an instance where pumping water from the North Delta intakes will increase delta inflow, is there?
Operation of the delta of the intakes will affect outflow.
I'm not talking about outflow. I'm asking about delta inflow.
Oh, delta inflow. Oh, then restate your question, please.
Well, my last question was, there's not a single situation where diverting from the North Delta intakes would increase delta inflow, is there?
By the nature of increasing, by that action of diverting through the intakes, would not increase inflow.
Right. It would have the effect of, if anything, decreasing delta inflow, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as
Yeah.
to where we're measuring inflow.
Delta.
That's a vague and ambiguous. That's a very large location.
I'm intentionally being very open-ended about this because I'm talking about this EI ratio here.
And the inflow could also be, depending upon conditions, it's just not in the inflow in EI is solely not Sacramento.
Right.
Ever.
Does DCP contribute inflow from the San Joaquin River?
No.
No. Okay, so back to my question then. Wouldn't adding the DCP exports to the ratio in the EI ratio mean that delta inflow also needs to increase? Which I think you answered yes. Correct?
Not necessarily. It depends upon what the actual standard is.
Okay, fair enough. And then the follow-on question was, doesn't the DCP cause delta inflow to go down on a very broad sense?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to inflow and whether we're talking about the specific formula in the EI. I'm confused legitimately because we're talking about EI and then we're not defining the inflow based on the EI ratio.
I'm speaking only about the EI ratio right now. However inflow is measured for the EI ratio, let's assume that that's the framework that I'm talking about here. My understanding is that the DCP operation would affect the amount of inflow that is referenced in the EI ratio, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, Bryant to
So
clarify.
for the EI ratio, the inflows are measured on the Sacramento River at Freeport, and the intakes, I believe, are below Freeport. So the diversions would be downstream of the inflow part of the calculation. That's why they were supposed to be added to the export side of that calculation.
Delta inflow is measured before the intakes? Is that what you just said?
Yes, it's measured at Freeport, which is upstream of the proposed intakes.
That's a helpful clarification. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. I'm running out of time. Ms. White, starting at the bottom of page 6 of your testimony, if we could go to that, Ms. Mullen. You describe real-time salinity management, and you give an example on going on to page 7, starting at line 7, that increasing salinity at Edmonton could be managed by reducing diversions from the North Delta intakes and increasing diversions at the South Delta export facility. Do you see that?
One more time with the line.
I believe it's on page 7, starting on line 7. Let me double check here. Yeah, for example, if there are salinity increases at Jersey Point, State Water Project may reduce diversions from South Delta and increase diversions from the North Delta intakes.
Correct. That's what my testimony says.
And then on lines 11 through 13, you then say that the timing and amount of shifting for salinity management at Edmonton or Jersey Point will be determined based on salinity conditions and what is necessary to maintain compliance with salinity requirements. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And in this example, are you acknowledging that there may be periods of time when DCP diversions must be reduced in consideration of salinity at Edmonton?
When we operate the Delta Conveyance project, the northern intakes, it would be taking the salinity conditions. We would not operate the diversion points and not meet compliance. So we'd be looking at conditions before there was a determination to make any shift under balance conditions.
Okay, from south to north or north to south, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And would this salinity shifting also include consideration of the 1981 contract salinity criteria at 3 Mile Slough?
What we say is we'll operate the Delta Conveyance project to comply with our contractual requirements.
Okay, so salinity management is inclusive of that as well, correct?
The requirements are salinity requirements.
Great, thank you. You don't specifically mention the 1981 contract criteria here, but it sounds like that can be inferred.
As I've testified today, and I just did, that we would operate the North Delta intakes to comply with our contractual requirements.
Do you agree that if salinity control is needed at 3 Mile Slough in the North Delta, that the act of reducing or even shutting off the DCP intakes will not immediately resolve those water quality exceedances?
During times where there are salinity issues in any point, that may be a point where the intakes aren't being operated. The intakes we wouldn't be operating the intakes if we are not meeting our requirements.
That wasn't my question, though. I'm asking,
That's
do you
what I-
agree that the reduction or shut off of DCP intakes, if a water quality exceedance occurred while the DCP was being operated, that shutting them off or reducing them would not immediately resolve water quality exceedances?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, and compound.
You try it again, Mr. Cho? Please.
Okay. Do you agree that if salinity control were required to shift from north to south, that shifting, whether it be by reduction of use of the DCP intakes or completely shutting them off, would not immediately resolve the salinity issues at the North Delta?
Still compound.
Do you agree that shutting off the DCP intakes do not immediately resolve salinity at or around the North Delta?
That's quite vague to locations.
Let me reverse it, actually. Does shutting off the DCP intakes immediately resolve salinity in the North Delta?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical.
And I think that's, what do you mean by resolve salinity, Mr. Cho? Can you be more specific there?
I'm referring to this paragraph 13 of Ms. White's testimony, where she describes the shifting between Jersey Point and Edmonton to manage salinity. And I'm asking, just from a logistical operational standpoint, whether salinity is effectively managed by just ceasing diversions from the DCP intakes, or if more action would be required. I know that there may be an incomplete hypothetical objection there, but I'm trying to get to the question of, I'll move on. Actually, I don't think it's necessarily productive here. Are you familiar with the rate of salinity reduction that may be required? Strike that. Are you familiar with the rate of salinity reduction that would be accomplished by shifting between intake facilities?
I don't have enough information. With the Delta, there's tidal influences and so forth, so it's difficult to surmise what type of rate would occur.
Fair enough. Does this contemplate, and by this I mean, does the salinity management referred to in your testimony here contemplate shifting to manage salinity before exceedances of water quality standards occur?
My testimony describes cases where we may shift between the north and south. As far as any shift would be based upon the current conditions at the time and whether it was even feasible to shift. It's an example. I just don't have enough information to answer that question because there's other conditions that as an operator that we look at besides solely salinity.
On a hypothetical, let's say operations do shift from Jersey Point to manage salinity at Jersey Point so that the North Delta intakes are being operated. Are you following me so far?
Yes.
And then salinity in the North Delta it rises to a point where shifting back would be needed. But salinity at the South Delta is still bad. Do you have a plan for how that's dealt with?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical, vague and ambiguous as to bad.
Do you understand what I mean when I say salinity is bad?
When we manage to salinity, we, just from a general perspective, absent the Delta Conveyance project, we can reduce exports, increase releases. So it's really going to be dependent upon the conditions of the Delta as to what operational action would be taken to manage to salinity.
Okay. I'm going to circle back on this and then move on. This is a hypothetical. So if we assume that the North Delta water quality contract criteria are being exceeded at 3 Mile Slough, would this shifting of operations immediately result in compliance with the 1981 contract criteria?
The shift from, can you be more prescriptive?
So I'm talking about a shift from north to south because there are, in this hypothetical, exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria. If that occurs and the shift is from north to south, does that result in compliance with the 1981 contract criteria, in your opinion?
I mean, it's very much a hypothetical that I can't answer because, again, when we're operating the North Delta intakes, we'll be complying with our requirements.
Right.
We will be looking at conditions in the Delta as to whether we would shift operations and operating within the, say, balanced condition is one option. I would say that, the DCP really is condition one is when it'll be operating more often is during excess flow conditions.
I understand that, but I'm trying to drill down into how you operate in compliance with the 1981 contract. So my question is, from an operational standpoint, in your opinion, if the water quality criteria under the 1981 contract are being exceeded, and you are currently utilizing the DCP intakes, would shutting off those intakes or reducing from the intakes resolve the 1981 contract criteria?
I don't have enough information because of flows and what type of flows, but if we're in a condition where we're not complying, I don't see where we would be operating the intakes. So as I've mentioned, we will not be operating the North Delta intakes. We will operate them to comply.
Maybe this will be helpful.
Okay.
How does DWR currently address water quality exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria?
I have mentioned that historically we have reduced exports, but also the contract does allow for claims and payment should there be an exceedance. A process, I should say.
So that's not avoiding exceedances, that's just dealing with the consequences after.
Objection argumentative. Question answered.
Okay.
Please move on, Mr. Cho.
Okay. Question here on bypass flows. Could we please look at table 3.1-1 of the operations plan? And it is on page.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, oh, you got it. I was gonna say 805R.
It's on page
And
14.
I apologize if we could take a quick stop. I need to get a power cord for one of our witnesses.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:54. Thank you. All right, it's 2:54. I'll look to the court reporter. Are you ready to go back on the record? And if court reporter, if you spoke, you were on mute, so we didn't hear you. Well, maybe it's good I asked. So, but I'll ask while we're waiting for the court reporter, I'll ask you, Ms. Carroll, were you able to get a power cord? Is that resolved?
Yes, we have resolved
Great.
the power cord issue. Thank you.
That may not be on the record, but that's good. I'll ask once again to our court reporter just to make sure. Oh, there you are. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am now that my Zoom came back.
Oh, good. Good timing then. All right, thank you. With that, back to you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you. Ms. White, just real quickly circling back on the salinity management colloquy we had. Does anything in the DCP operations plan involve the use of flushing flows released from upstream storage to address salinity?
Can you, when you say flushing flows, what is that in reference to?
I'm not trying to use that as a term of art or anything else, but just does it involve any use of upstream stored water to improve water quality?
From a practical manner, when we're operating to salinity, there are times where, say, absent the DCP, that we release water from the upstream to manage salinity.
Would that continue to be a practice?
The permit or proposed permit condition number 1 describes the conditions around stored water releases from upstream reservoirs.
And I think that
so, Ms. Mullen, I don't know if it'd be helpful to bring up the exhibit 01101 revised.
Which exhibit is that?
That's a proposed permit terms.
Mr. Cho, would you like us to go there? It's your
Yeah,
call.
we may as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that was 01101?
Yes, DWR revised.
Thank you.
Do you mind pointing out to me, Ms. White, the section of permit term 1 that you were referring to?
Well, I was just in general referencing this permit term from a general perspective on the use and releases of stored water when the Delta Conveyance project is in operation.
I mean, this. Okay. I mean, I generally am familiar with the operations plan statements that say that upstream operations would remain constant or consistent with what they are today.
Okay.
Correct? I don't see this permit term as addressing the use of stored water to address salinity concerns. Am I missing that somewhere?
We just during operations, we would use stored water for salinity purposes, not by the nature of when the DCP is operating.
I understand that. Is that
okay?
Is that stated anywhere in this permit term? I'm just not seeing that.
No, and then maybe I wasn't really tracking your initial question clearly when you were talking about releases from. When you're talking about releases, so we can pull this down if.
Okay, if it's not there. My question again was, currently the State Water Project at times will release stored water to address salinity in the Delta, correct?
Correct.
And I didn't see that discussed in the operations plan or your testimony? And so I'm asking, is that just a component of existing upstream storage operations that would carry over?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And is that factored into the salinity management shifting that was described in paragraph 13 of your testimony?
It would be factored into determining what operations would be to manage salinity, say, absent shifting operations from south to north.
So it's one or the other?
If the Delta Conveyance project was, the operation of the Delta Conveyance project was needing additional stored water releases to meet standards, then that's not what we've committed to. We are committing to using that shift as an opportunity. It's an option for flexibility of the project, but we wouldn't be using stored water.
I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
However, this goes to the reason why I'm asking this question. Currently, DWR can use stored water releases to address salinity at, let's say, 3 Mile Slip. You're following that part so far?
We use stored water releases to meet our requirements in the Delta.
And that may include meeting the 1981 contract criteria, correct?
Not as prescribed. I mean, in the past, as I mentioned, meeting the North Delta criteria, as I mentioned, we have reduced our diversions from the South Delta export facilities, but it would be dependent upon conditions on what actions the department would take to meet.
I understand that. One of the options that DWR has at its disposal is releasing stored water.
One of the options to meet salinity in the Delta is to release stored water.
And so the reason why I'm asking this question is because from the proposed operations of DCP, I don't see that element being one of the options that is used to address salinity. I just see the discussion of shifting from south to north facilities to manage salinity.
Objection assumes facts on evidence assumes that the DCP worsens the water quality conditions or ability to meet them.
I wasn't assuming that at all in my question.
Will you try the question again, Mr. Cho?
Yes. Is DWR proposing that the salinity shifting between South and North Delta that is described in paragraph 13 of your testimony would in any way replace the current practice of having the ability to release water to address salinity in the Delta?
No.
Okay. That was all I was asking. Thank you. So now if we could go to, I think it's page 11 of the operations plan. No, page 14, I'm sorry. And this table is a summary of the minimum bypass flows for different time periods that are described in a little more detail in section 3.1.1. Is that correct?
I'm looking at the table. If 3.1.1 provides more of a narrative around these bypass flows, I don't have the numbers memorized, so.
Ms. Mullen, do you mind scrolling up a page to page 13, just so we can look at that? That's the top half of the page.
I see this, yes.
Okay. The description in this section 3.1.1 states that minimum bypass flows must be achieved prior to diversion from the DCP intakes. Do you see that?
Prior to any diversion. Yes, I see that.
For any of these minimums that are referenced here, if the threshold is satisfied, that then allows diversion at the DCP intakes to begin, but bypass flows fall below that relevant minimum, does the DCP diversion have to stop?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall some of the bypass flow criteria from the ITP application that referred to a 5,000 CFS minimum bypass flow?
I've switched now to the ITP bypass flow. I'm not.
That's fair. I don't think that that's all too relevant anymore. Let's switch gears again. I think this is maybe the last big segment here. And these questions might be for you, Ms. White, or they might be for Mr. Georgie. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with Ms. Carroll's opening statement slides that were presented at the start of this hearing?
I am not.
Ms. Mullen, are you able to please pull up GWR's opening statement slide presentation?
But yeah, refresh your memory so that when
I think we're going to need to rotate it. Okay. And if you could please go down to slide 4. There's this table here. Is it possible to zoom out a little bit? Thanks. There's a table here that shows or states that DWR could have captured 236,000 acre-feet of water in the winter of 21 to 22, 228,000 acre-feet in a single month of January of 2023, and from January through part of June of 2024, 941,000 acre-feet of water. You see that row there?
I do, yes.
Ms. White or Mr. Georgie, did either of you participate in the calculation of these volumes of additional water that could have been captured by the DCP?
I did not.
I was not part of development of this slide, so I cannot confirm the source data from it. But this does seem similar in nature to the calculations from my analysis. But yeah, like I said, I cannot confirm the source of it.
Okay. And speaking of the source, Ms. Carroll's slide here references an exhibit entitled Fast Facts, which is DWR Exhibit 7 in the upper left-hand corner. Ms. Mullen, do you mind pulling that up really quickly? Or you can do it at whatever speed you feel comfortable with. Okay. And if we go to the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the figures 236,000 acre-feet in winter of 21 to 22, and then 228,000 acre-feet in January of 2023. Those numbers match up. But that 941,000 acre-feet of water is not present in this. Is that correct?
I do not see that number here, correct.
And Mr. Jordan, you already stated that you weren't familiar with the data that were used to calculate any of these figures. Correct?
Objection misstates testimony.
Mr. Jordan, are you aware of the data that were used to calculate the 236,000, the 228,000, or the 941,000 acre-feet figures?
It is very likely a similar analysis as what was done for my report. but I don't know the timing of when these were done, nor the regulations that were considered for them.
So how do you know that the analysis was likely similar?
There have been past facts things, not this one, but that have included numbers that I have done in a manner similar to my analysis. But I believe they were under different regulatory regimes than that of the IDP application of the analysis that provided for this testimony.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. Did either of you observe the hearing on May 5th?
I do not believe I did.
That was the panel with Mr. Singh and Dr. Priest.
No.
I will represent to you, I guess, that during cross-examination of that panel, Ms. Tabor had asked some questions regarding these fast fact figures and the numbers from Ms. Carroll's opening presentation with Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh at that point testified that the numbers did not come from any modeling, but he believed that they were based on historical hydrology, historical delta conditions, and operations criteria. Does any of that sound familiar? Is that how you would approach these fast facts, Mr. Georgie?
Yes, that seems consistent with my approach for the testimony I did provide. And depending on when these fast facts came out, they were likely on a different regulatory regime.
Okay. And Mr. Singh also indicated he was not aware of any evidence that had been submitted in this hearing to support those figures, but he did suggest that the operations panel might provide some additional information. Would that be the Exhibit 309 that you prepared, Mr. Georgie?
I think my exhibit would probably be done in a similar manner to what was used to derive these, but I wouldn't be able to compare one directly to the other. As I mentioned, these were probably to a different bypass rule requirements or other changes in the regulations considered.
And you utilized the ITP application modeling, is that right?
Objection misstates testimony.
Oh, sorry, I may have misremembered. Let's
I use the bypass rules based on the ITP application, not necessarily the modeling.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, are you able to pull up the revised policy statement of GWR Director Nemeth that was submitted for the May 19th hearing date? I didn't see it in the FTP a couple days ago, but it might have been added since then.
It's somewhere. We'll find it. And then we'll let everyone know where it is. And we won't cut this into your time, Mr. Cho.
Appreciate it.
Pinning it down. Thank you for your patience. And it will be, I think it's not currently in the policy statement folder. We'll make sure it's there. There we have it.
Excellent. And Ms. Mullen, you're going to hate me because this is not going to be very long with this document, but if we could just go to page 2 briefly, please.
Ms. Mullen doesn't hate people, so you're off the hook.
Let's see. So somewhere on this page, I believe, she states, it's towards the bottom of the page, she states that if the DCP were in operation today, it would have captured 952,000 acre feet of water, and then repeats the 941,000 acre feet of water that could have been captured last year. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, Ms. Mullen, I uploaded an exhibit to the North Delta folder, which I believe is labeled NDWA 4. Great. And this document is entitled Adapting to Climate Change, Catching and Moving Water from Big Storms. And it was last updated May 15th of 2025. I don't believe that this has been submitted as a DWR exhibit, so I've just added it. Are you familiar with this document, Mr. Georgie?
I'm not familiar with the document, no.
Okay. Well, Ms. Mullen, if you don't mind scrolling down a little bit, you actually get some information relative to that 952,000 acre feet figure that Director Nemeth cited. Maybe if you could scroll down a little bit further just so we see the total at the bottom there. You see in the bottom left corner the reference to 952,000 acre feet. Okay, now Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll back a little bit up so we can see the full table. I'm looking at so neither of you were involved in the preparation of this document, is that correct?
In the preparation of the document, no. I do believe this data is something my office produces, and of a similar analysis to presented my testimony, but yeah, for this year, and this should be from the ITP-based rule set.
The ITP as opposed to ITP application?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at this table and I see that there are the two right-hand columns with totals at the bottom, 283,000 acre feet and 669,000 acre feet. And if you add those up using my rudimentary lawyer math, you get 952,000 acre feet. Does that seem right to you?
Without actually doing the math, it seems about right, yes.
Okay. Now I want to draw your attention to the headers of these two columns. The left column, to which the 283,000 acre feet is attributed, is entitled Theoretical Additional DCP Diversion. You see that?
Yes.
And the other column, which would provide 669,000 acre feet, is called Surplus DCP Capacity Available for Direct Delivery. You see that?
I do.
Do you know what the distinction is there between those two columns?
Yes. this is kind of a rudimentary effort to take into account some of the South Delta limitations that could be in place, particularly the filling of SWP share of San Luis Reservoir. So based on how much additional DCP is added to, if that amount would have filled San Luis, the surplus would be what could be on top of they already filled San Luis, so that there wouldn't necessarily be a direct storage available for it. So it'd have to be taken as direct delivery instead of having a place to store.
I see. And this would occur in the months of, that surplus DCP capacity water that's in that column would occur between the months of December through April, correct?
In this year, yes, that's the way that calculation is falling out.
Right. And are those times in which direct deliveries are in high demand for the State Water Project?
It's a bit speculative, but a traditional demand pattern is a bit lower in winter and early spring.
I see. The 283,000 acre feet total for the theoretical additional DCP diversion, are you saying that that is water that is all able to be stored in San Luis?
But there could have been space for it in San Luis. Yes.
Okay. And is it a coincidence that that 283,000 acre feet is relatively closer to the prior year estimates of 236,000 acre feet and 228,000 acre feet that could have been captured by the DCP?
Are you referring to the numbers on one of your earlier display things that were for a particular month or for a particular year?
Yeah, so the reference is to that January of 2023, and then the prior 21 to 22 winter had numbers more in the ballpark of what we see for the theoretical additional DCP diversion number. And so my question is that coincidental, or are those potentially referring to the same type of water being captured?
I suspect coincidental, but like I said, it wasn't part of the creation of that other document, so I'm not 100% certain on the source there.
I mean, do you have an explanation for why in those earlier years there's such a stark difference in the amount of water that could have been diverted by DCP? Is it purely a hydrological issue?
I believe the first year on that was 2021, which was a much drier hydrology year. So I do expect that's a large factor in that. I can't remember what was in the second number to comment. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So is the 669,000 acre feet being referred to here, is that in reference to the capacity of the DCP tunnel and basically deriving a number from the capacity that would be available? Or would, and maybe this is a question for you, Ms. White, or would we realistically expect to see the DCP be operated to deliver that additional 669,000 acre feet directly to recipients.
So that combined between the two would represent the maximum capacity we would anticipate the DC to be able to move under the bypass rules during these periods. Beyond if we were able to fully take use of that is beyond the analysis of it.
Right, and this is the question I'm working towards. Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll down to show the bottom left corner again. This says that if the DCP were operational, that DWR could have moved 952,000 acre feet. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And I see the word moved and interpret it differently than the word captured. Is that an unreasonable interpretation?
I imagine a lot of people have different interpretations of a lot of different words.
Sure, but are they synonymous here? Is moved and captured the same for the information being conveyed in this document?
I do think the number there is the same as the number progressed earlier in the document as the sum of those two columns. So in the sense that those are the same number, then imagine they're capture and moved are being used synonymously here.
So even though this says moved, it is still referencing the amount of water that DWR is able to capture and divert under its own water rights.
This analysis does not take into account any water right considerations.
Okay, that's helpful.
Maybe not, maybe doesn't, none is probably not quite the right term. But in general, it's not meant for a water right analysis.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, this is rounding things up. Can we go to DWR Exhibit 309? And Mr. Georgie, this is the your document that you produced involving conditions for potential DCP diversions using a retrospective look at water years 2018, 2019, 2022, and 2024, correct?
Correct.
Do you consider this sample of 4 select years to be representative of how DCP will be operated under excess conditions in real time?
I think these 4 years represent 4 unique hydrologies that do create an interesting picture of some of the possibilities.
But you deliberately chose these years because of the amount of excess flows. Is that correct?
I chose these years because they were somewhat recent years with relatively similar conditions. And well, for 2 of the years, there is a separate biological condition than the other 2 years. Just a relatively recent years with a diverse hydrology between 4 of them.
Okay, but you did not showcase 2020 or 2021 in this, correct?
That's correct.
And was that a deliberate decision on your part?
It was a decision. I don't remember the nature for that decision thing. Yeah.
In the course of preparing this document, did you look at other years using a wider historical retrospection?
Not in preparation for the document. It was kind of a decision to use the years and then develop the document and analysis after that.
Okay. If we could go to page 3, Ms. Mullen. And at lines 21 through 23, I believe you responded to a question from Mr. Busher about these lines, referencing contractual requirements that were incorporated in your calculations. And you stated that North Delta's 1981 contract was part of that, correct?
Yes, it would fall under that broad category.
Okay. How did you confirm that the additional DCP diversions would be in compliance with the 1981 contract?
By nature, these were done when the Delta was in excess conditions. So there was surplus flow beyond what was needed to meet all water quality criteria during those periods. So the additional diversion should not have resulted in changes to water quality conditions that would have pushed anything beyond exceedance, but I did not perform any modeling activities to confirm that.
Sure. Are you aware that there were exceedances of the water quality criteria in the 1981 contract in both 2018 and 2022?
Objection. Cause for speculation.
You can answer whether you're aware, Mr. Georgie.
I believe one time I was aware, but did not consider that when preparing this.
Okay, so those exceedances would not be reflected in the table you have for the depiction of DCP operations for the years 2018 or 2022, correct?
Objections assumes facts not in evidence. We don't know the timing of these exceedants. There's no foundation for
Well,
this assertion.
I don't think we need to assume anything. I'm just asking if exceedances are reflected in the depictions for those years. You don't need to assume anything there.
If the exceedances were not within the December through June period, then they would be outside of the range of consideration for this. So beyond that, I don't think any of those would have been during a period of excess conditions where the operations have changed.
So if there were exceedances of the contract criteria, let's say between December 1st and December 12th, should we see those in, maybe we can scroll to the 2022 depiction there. I don't know the page, but can you scroll down to the graphic, Ms. Mullen? Thank you. So hypothetical, I guess, if there were exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria up through December 12th, would we see that reflected in this table?
You would not see the exceedance within the table, but the December 12th does look like before the period of excess when additional diversions were considered.
Okay. Turning to page 8, which I think is this one, towards the bottom of paragraph 3.4.2. This states that in 2024, the DCP operation in winter and spring could have resulted in as much as 800,000 acre feet, or I guess 0.8 million acre feet of additional diversions, correct?
Correct, that is what it says.
And by saying as much as 8.8 million acre feet, would 800,000 acre feet be the upper limit based on your analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And so is the fact that Ms. Carroll's opening statement presentation and Director Nemeth's policy statement both stated that in 2024, we would have seen 941,000 acre feet of water captured by the DCP. Is that due to a difference in the assumptions used because of the change from the ITP application to the ITP?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation.
Noted. Go ahead.
Do you know why? Maybe could you answer that question if you're able to, and then I'll follow up.
I think it is unlikely to be the change between the ITP application and the ITP, as I likely suspect that that is from earlier bypass and operational rules. But I cannot confirm that because I don't know exactly what went into those fast facts or when they're produced.
You're saying that Ms. Nemeth and Ms. Carroll's statements are based on earlier versions of the project?
That is a speculation on my part.
Okay. And does that statement change at all by the fact that Director Nemeth's policy statement was made a handful of days ago on May 19th?
As I am unaware of any similar analysis done on 2024 that uses the ITP in of itself, no.
Okay. And so that exhibit that I shared, which was the Adapting to Climate Change exhibit that showed the breakdown of the 952,000 acre feet, it wasn't clear to you what sources of information were being pulled to create those numbers?
So I believe you're referencing two separate things at this point.
Well,
so please clarify.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, could you please go back to the NDWA 4 real quickly, please? All right, so this points to a number of sources that were used to go into the figures of the 952,000 acre feet for 2025, correct? And can we zoom in on that, the legend there in the dark blue? Okay, so this references the ITP that was issued in 2025.
If you're referring to that dark blue square, it does not.
It states in definitions.
Oh, sorry. Right, that line of it does.
Okay.
I was looking at the limiting factors list. That one does not.
Correct.
The definitions afterwards does.
Do you see in these limiting factors, I see Old and Middle River Index numbers. Are those consistent with the ITP application or the ITP?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which ITP. We're talking about several ITPs.
I'm talking about the ITP issued in 2025 by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for the DCP.
So the limiting factors listed there relates to the rightmost column in the table above, which is for factors limiting South Delta operations. So in the sense that South Delta operations aren't really part of the ITP for the DCP.
Oh, could we scroll up, Ms. Mullen? This is all very helpful for me. Thank you, Mr. Georgie. So none of these criteria limiting factors are applicable to North Delta facilities?
some of them might be, but if we can scroll up a little more. These particular column is specifically calling out the South Delta export limiting factors.
Okay.
So those were the factors limiting the South Delta exports at that time.
And so from your reading of this, can you interpret that any regulatory controlling factors were placed on the exercise of DCP diversions?
Objection, misstates testimony.
I don't think I was characterizing as testimony. I'm asking a new question. Can you glean from these two columns that associate amounts of water that can be diverted by DCP to be subject to any limiting factors as are applied to the South Delta facilities?
Give me a second. I'm trying to understand the question. It's a little unusual. Can you please ask it again?
Yeah,
Megan hesitate a little bit.
I'll try to rephrase, because are the numbers associated with both the theoretical additional DCP diversion and the surplus DCP capacity, are those representative of full 6,000 CFS diversions?
No, at times there may be periods of 6,000 diversions, but the DCP diversions are limited by the bypass rules, in this case from the ITP, in addition to any other conditions within the Delta that may limit either total exports or not Delta outflow or things of that nature.
Okay. They're just not expressly referenced like the South Delta limiting factors are, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. We can move on then. That was much longer than I thought. Let's see. Just finishing up on your exhibit 309. I don't think we need to go into it, so we can just close out of this document, Ms. Mullen. Minimize it. Thank you. Does the excess flow condition of proposed permit 2 specify a range of months during which excess condition operations would apply?
Would you mind pulling that permit up, that permit term up?
That's DWR 1101. If we could scroll to permit term 2. And you see the first numeral for excess conditions.
Yes, I see that numeral.
Does that condition of proposed permit term 2 specify a range of months during which excess conditions would apply?
There's not a range of months within that term.
But you limited your analysis for exhibit 309 to the months of December through June, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I don't know if this is for you or for Ms. White. The delta can be in excess conditions, say during November, correct?
That is correct, but it wasn't in those particular 4 years.
And therefore the excess flow condition could apply then, and potential DCP diversions could be conducted in accordance with excess flow conditions?
Vague and ambiguous as to time.
November. In a November in which excess conditions are present.
Yes, and there are specific bypass rules for November.
Okay.
And other months.
Has DWR conducted an analysis of when potential DCP diversions would have occurred under balance conditions?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to the type of analysis.
An analysis that is in the same vein of your analysis for exhibit DWR 309, Mr. Georgie, which looked at excess flow condition scenarios. Has there been a similar retrospective analysis of years that would be classified as balance conditions?
I am unaware of any such analysis.
Okay. Ms. White, two more questions for you. You stated several times today that DWR would not operate the DCP intakes if the 1981 contract criteria were being exceeded. Is that fair to say?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. So if North Delta Water Agency were to propose a condition of approval that requires compliance with the 1981 contract criteria before the DCP intakes could be utilized, would that create an unworkable problem for state water project operations?
Can you ask that again? I want
Yes.
to make sure I understand the question.
If North Delta Water Agency were to propose a condition of approval for this proceeding that would require compliance with the 1981 contract criteria before the DCP could be operated, would that present a problem operations-wise?
I've testified that we would not operate the DCP, and we would operate the DCP. Our operations would be in compliance with contractual and regulatory requirements. So without seeing any such proposed permit term, it's hard for me to blanketly say yes or no.
What if the permit term was just DWR will not operate the DCP facilities if the 1981 contract criteria are not being met?
Again, I've stated and I've testified how we would operate the DCP.
Right.
And again, I don't have any specific language outside of this verbal aspect.
I understand that.
Mhm.
We haven't submitted a proposed condition in writing yet. But I'm just asking, consistent with what you've testified to today, that DWR would not be operating the DCP if the 1981 contract criteria were not being met. Would a permit term that says that be a problem for you?
I've testified how we would operate the DCP. And again, that is the decision by North Delta Water Agency whether to provide a proposed term.
I understand. I'm not asking if it's your prerogative to provide such a term. I'm asking if a term were proposed that went to the effect of your testimony today, would you have a problem with that?
Objection asked and answered.
It hasn't been answered yet.
Go ahead, Ms. White.
If a proposed term was proposed in following my testimony, then DWR, then it's along the lines of what I've testified today.
I think we're almost there. I'm going to try one more time. Would such a proposed permit term create a problem for state water project operations?
Objection, calls for speculation, vague and ambiguous as to problem.
Would it be inconsistent with the description of state water project operations you provided in your testimony?
It would not be inconsistent to my testimony.
Thank you. I think that's enough. And that's all I have. Thank you so much for your time, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie, and thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. I can't remember when we last took a break. I know we're sort of off our normal schedule here, so I'm going to go ahead and say, let's take 5 minutes. We'll give Ms. White and Mr. Georgie a moment. Let's come back at 3:55, please. All right, I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am indeed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have about an hour left. I have next on my list, Mr. Schutz, to conduct cross-examination. I do want to talk a little bit, maybe now is a good time. We have Mr. Schutz, Ms. Tabor or Ms. Moskow, Ms. Meserve, Mr. Reese, Ms. Jones, possibly. We should, what I'm thinking about is whether to take May 27th off calendar, which at least certain people who are participating here and also in the sites proceeding would appreciate. And I don't want to do it if there's any risk that we wouldn't be able to wrap up on the 28th, but I think we're looking at we should be able to do that. And also many of those who are on my list and up next would be, are the ones who would benefit from this arrangement. So I think, let me see, we have a hand up. Mr. Schutz, we might as well elevate Mr. Schutz, please, to panelist. We definitely need to do that. Does anyone have any thoughts or opinions on whether we take May 27th off calendar? I'm inclined to do it. I assume that would be helpful to Mr. Reese, Mr. Schutz, Ms. Meserve, and others who have already cross-examined. Ms. Tabor, yes, please.
Officer Kenzie, that would work for me, but I do have a conflict, a public meeting the morning of the 28th, so I would need to, we need to modify the order so I could go in the afternoon.
And we could do that. Thank you for either reminding me or letting me know. I might have had a note here. Is there anyone else who has a thought or a preference about that change? Ms. Carroll?
I think we'd be okay with it if we could get a commitment that we would actually finish on the 28th.
Great.
I'm just a little bit concerned because we traditionally overrun the estimates that we're doing.
Quite a bit, yes, we do. So that's where I'm looking where the same folks would benefit. Mr. Schutz, you had initially estimated an hour and a half for cross. Is that still a?
I still think that's
No.
right, and I'm afraid I'm unlikely to get done today. And
Right.
looking at the other cross examiners, much as your suggestion is attractive, I'm not sure we're going to get through. And you know, here I am ready to go and was ready to complete today. I don't know that I can.
Yeah.
If I have to take whatever time it is on Tuesday morning, I will do that. I may be pummeled with old fruit or something by some of my colleagues by saying this, but my best estimate is I'm not sure we will get done if we try to cram everything into Wednesday.
I think that's wise. As usual, you have wise counsel. That seems wise to me. So let's leave May 27th on calendar. Here's what I'll do because I am, all things being equal, I would rather get briefs that have a few more hours in them. Either way, you'll probably be working. So we'll go forward with Tuesday, but take a look at our, once we hit lunch at how much progress we've made and things like that. If we can cut ourselves a little short on Tuesday, sort of safely, then I will try to do that to give everyone a few more hours. I realize those briefs, I believe, technically are due at midnight. I don't know if that's a terrible thing that I do the end of, it's not the end of.
Every hour is helpful, Ms.
Okay, I don't know. Sometimes I think at one point in this proceeding, I had something due at 8 a.m. in the morning, and I realized that might have been particularly awful. I thought about it afterwards. So I also want to help you help yourselves. All right, let's keep it on calendar. And with that, we have Ms. White. Do we have Mr. Georgie? You're there. We have Ms. Carroll. And with that, I will hand things over to you, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie. I'm Chris Schutz, the Executive Director of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Thank you for sticking with this and answering my questions late this afternoon. And most of my questions are for Ms. White, but I do have a few for Mr. Georgie. And so I imagine it would probably be worthwhile for him to not take an early afternoon. Ms. White, the ITP for the Delta Conveyance project requires an approach velocity at the DCP intakes of no more than 0.2 feet per second and a sweeping velocity of at least 0.4 feet per second. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And these values are stated on an instantaneous basis. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, yes.
So, Ms. White, if a sweeping velocity, for example, fell below 0.4 feet per second due to tidal action, DWR operators would have to cease diversions. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a commitment.
And then later in the tidal cycle, once the sweeping velocity reached or exceeded 0.4 feet per second, DWR operators would begin diverting through the DCP facilities again, provided they were diverting, correct?
Provided they were diverting and those diversions were meeting the bypass flow criteria as well.
Sure.
Mhm.
Thank you. Ms. White, will DWR operators use SCADA to comply with these requirements?
We will use a tool, we'll develop tools to implement that would support our operations, and SCADA could be one of those tools that the operators that would use.
And are there other instrumentations or mechanized means by which you'd be looking at the approach and sweeping velocities and then responding to those?
The ITP does call for a hydraulic data plan submittal that would encompass those very nature of items that would have to be addressed prior to operations, kind of the nuts and bolts of technology and what instrumentation and so forth would be used.
And would those instruments, including potentially SCADA, be sort of self-operating, or would they be operated by, or would they have people operating them, or would it be both?
I can't speculate right now to the extent of what whether there's people or instrument or no people operating at the time that will need to be developed. But certainly how the DCP is operated will be in compliance with those approach and sweeping velocities. So however, the instrumentation, whatever instrumentation is needed, will be installed to meet those and the operators as well.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Could we please pull up DWR 805R and turn to page 15? And if we could go down to section 3.3, please, and show that. And if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Mullen, down to 3.3.3, I'm sorry. And if you wouldn't mind blowing that up a little, my eyes, especially at the end of the day, are kind of tired. And these are fairly small prints. Thank you, that's great. So looking at the description of the approach velocity here, Ms. White, it says the approach velocity will be measured at each screen unit divided by the screen's surface area. Do you see that? The second sentence?
That's what it reads, essentially.
And do you know at how many points on each screen there will be measurements taken? Or have you discussed that?
I do not have that information.
So if one screen is exceeding the approach velocity, would that mean that DWR operators would have to shut down the entire intake? Or would DWR have the ability to shut down that part of the intake where the approach velocity was exceeded and continue diverting at other parts of the intake?
I'd say the ITP requirement of the ITP, and as expressed here in our operations plan, is to comply with the approach and sweeping velocities.
I understand that. Excuse me, go ahead, please. What I was asking was sort of the nuts and bolts of what the compliance looks like. Is that something that you have not yet determined?
It has not been yet, fully fleshed out. Again, there's still additional work to be done. We have these criteria set and requirements to work with CDFW through that hydraulic data plan, through their approval as well on what that looks like.
So the hydraulic data plan is not only it has to do with the collection of data mechanically as well as the use and analysis of it. Is that correct?
It does, and I could ask Ms. Mullen to bring up the ITP if that would be.
I think the explanation is acceptable for now. Thank you.
Mhm.
Now looking at the sweeping velocity, it appears that DWR is proposing to measure that across the entire channel just downstream of each intake. Is that how you read it? And if you need to take a minute, please review the paragraph on sweeping velocity.
That's what it reads.
So isn't it then possible that the sweeping velocity would not be met at one part of the fish screen based on this formula for sweeping velocity?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't have enough information. And again,
sorry.
No, go ahead.
And you don't have enough information because that's going to part of a plan that's to be fleshed out in the future?
Correct, as a requirement of our incidental take permit.
Okay. And Ms. White, will the SCADA system for DCP operations and the other instruments that are developed in order to operate the DCP also include or be integrated with existing monitors of water quality and water quality stations in the Delta that D1641 requires?
The nature, and we have committed to reporting the data as it relates to the requirements in the ITP. So where it is posted or how it is yet to be fleshed out. Again, I do see that as, the bigger part of the data plan, as mentioned.
Ms. White, the proposed numeric diversion criteria requirement or requirements for the DCP facilities are stated on a daily average basis, correct?
They differ every, probably best maybe to bring up the ITP just to have it for reference on the bypass flow criteria.
Well, when I was asking more about, well, sure. I was asking about that.
So should Ms. Mullen, would you bring up the ITP? I think 065.
And I believe it's
AHO 065.
065.
Mm-hmm.
And diversion criteria start on PDF page 205. And perhaps you can point us, Miss White, as to where it specifies whether it's a daily average or what it is.
If we scroll down maybe to the next page. We want it to go down again. I mean, we could pick out a month, I would say, or a month, next page. So it's going to be, so right here, when we look at June operations, it would be on the Sacramento River flow at Freeport, for instance, using that 24-hour running average. That's Freeport, which informs the bypass criteria. So with that being said, it would be on a daily basis.
It's actually a 25-hour, which accounts for the tidal shift. Okay, so if during part of the day, when the DCP facilities were diverting, but during part of the day, the DCP facilities could not divert due to approach or sweeping velocity constraints, would DWR's operation increase diversions at other times during the day to a diversion rate above the daily average in order to achieve the allowed daily average?
It's speculative at this point exactly how the diversions would be scheduled on a daily basis.
But knowing what you know today, if in fact the tidal cycle was such that you could not divert all day, would you not anticipate that you would be increasing the diversions over and above the daily average during certain hours in order to meet the daily average for the day?
That could be a possibility, all within the constraints of the approach in sweeping velocities as well.
Well, Miss White, if you were tidally constrained, and you didn't do that, wouldn't you then fail to meet the average daily allowed flow?
Not necessarily. I think maybe I need a little bit more information.
If the allowed diversion, as an example, were 500 CFS, and for 6 hours of the day, the tidal cycle was such that you could not divert at all, in order to achieve the average, the daily average of 500 CFS, wouldn't at the sometime during the other 19 hours, you have to and be diverting at a rate greater than 500 CFS?
Can you give an example, or should we focus on a month?
I don't, it's a general thing. I don't think it's a matter of a month. If this is an intra-daily kind of question that I'm asking.
I think it depends upon the conditions. Can we scroll down to the next page, please? So what the ITP does not explain is that those interdaily on how the would be scheduled perhaps on during the course of a day.
All right, thank you. I think that's enough.
Mm-hmm.
If the sweeping velocity at the downstream intake is not being met, but the sweeping velocity at the upstream intake is being met? Will DWR continue to divert at the upstream intake as long as the sweeping velocity is met at the upstream diversion?
As prescribed, we have sweeping and approach velocities, and we would be complying with those velocities. So one intake versus the other, we would not be diverting through an intake if we were not complying with those sweeping velocities.
But you would continue to divert at an upstream intake where you were complying, is that correct?
Based on how the ITP is written, it's not explicit on each intake.
Conceptually, would you increase diversions at the upstream intake in order to make up the loss of the inability to divert, of the ability to divert at the downstream intake?
It does call for speculation on how we would operate with differing sweeping and approach velocities without knowing all the conditions. It would probably,
Go ahead.
well, I say we could probably take down where we can keep this up, this exhibit, but
We'll come back to this.
okay.
But yes, we could take this down. Thank you. Could we please look at Ms. White's testimony on page 7? That's DWR 300R. And if we could scroll to pages to lines 14 and 15, please. Now here, Ms. White, you say the integration of the North Delta intakes provides for added flexibility and efficient operations in the Delta. I'd like to discuss some of what you call efficient operations. Right now, to meet D1641 water quality and flow requirements under balanced conditions, one lever DWR has is that DWR can increase or decrease South Delta diversions. Is that correct?
I guess it depend upon what we were operating to, but that is a lever that we do have to meet our D1641 standards.
And other than DWR's South Delta diversion facilities, Oroville Reservoir is DWR's closest control point for meeting Delta water quality requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, that is from an upstream storage perspective.
And the travel time for water from Oroville Reservoir to the Delta is about 3 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the CVP can also control inflow to Delta to manage D1641 requirements. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the travel time from Shasta Reservoir to the Delta is about 6 days, and from Folsom about 1 day. Is that correct?
Shasta, we typically use 5 days.
Okay. So, Ms. White, does part of the efficient operations you speak of result from the fact that the DCP, when it's operating, would add a control point at the entrance to the Delta that would allow DWR a more instantaneous response to Delta water quality and conditions and requirements, Delta water quality conditions and requirements under balanced conditions?
Are you inferring is that if the Delta conveyance is operational? I'm just trying to understand your question.
Yes, correct. And if it's diverting, doesn't that give DWR another control point basically within the Delta by which it could respond to changes in delta water quality conditions?
It could be a control point, but we are only going to be shifting operations and using the Delta Conveyance project during balance conditions if those operations are not impacting water quality requirements.
By impacting, do you mean making them worse?
Yes.
Thank you. So wouldn't the presence of a control point in the delta allow DWR to more precisely meet water quality requirements than is possible with existing State Water Project and Central Valley Project infrastructure?
Again, it's difficult to say without knowing what those conditions are, just understanding the tidal influences and so forth, and what the actual conditions are in the delta during the time of operation.
Of course it is. But as a general matter, doesn't this add another lever, if you want, that DWR can use to meet delta water quality requirements?
Potentially it could.
Would it be fair to say that the facility, the DCP facilities, would allow DWR to more closely meet the controlling water quality requirements than DWR is able to meet under existing conditions?
I do think that's speculative. I can't at this point confirm that we could more closely meet our water quality standards.
Would the fact that the travel time from Oroville is 3 days and from the CVP reservoirs is a day and 5 days respectively, and the fact that the travel time from the DCP facilities to the compliance points for water quality in the Delta is significantly less, would those facts allow you to more closely meet the Delta water quality requirements?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to closely meet.
Do you mean meet more often? Well, Mr. Schutz, you're better than I.
I mean, require less of a buffer between the amount released in order to be sure of complying and the amount needed to comply.
If we decide, as mentioned in my testimony, I provided information on salinity management, and an opportunity could exist based upon the conditions to shift a portion of the South Delta diversions to the North Delta intakes to, as another lever, as you say, to help support or meet Jersey Point salinity.
I understand that, and I do understand that, and I appreciate that ability that you would have. But I'm asking about something somewhat different. For example, if you're trying to meet your requirements at Edmonton and you're releasing water in order to meet those requirements from various reservoirs, wouldn't the fact that you have the ability to either release or not release water at the Delta Conveyance point of diversion allow you to more also allow you to more precisely meet without exceeding the requirements at Edmonton?
objection vague and ambiguous as to release or not release water at the DCP.
Divert or not divert?
When we make a change to operations in the Delta, whether it's between South Delta facilities or the North Delta intakes, in real time, we would be assessing the conditions in the Delta at the salinity stations. And if operations of the DCP were to, I'm using the word impact again, were to degrade water quality at Emeton, then that would not be an option. We wouldn't be diverting from the North Delta intakes since Emeton is downstream.
I understand. I'm not talking about degrading. I'm talking about coming closer to meeting the compliance requirement without failing to meet the compliance requirement.
Can you be, I guess I'm still, can you be more specific on closely meeting the compliance standard?
Sure. For part of the year, as I recall, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's a 0.1, and I don't even know what the measurement is, salinity requirement at Emeton. Is that right?
Typically during April through
mid-August?
August.
And so in order to make sure that you don't go above that salinity amount, you release enough water and maybe you end up with a daily average of 0.95 in order to assure that you're not exceeding that 0.1 requirement. Is that roughly a fair statement of how you operate to make sure that you don't have exceedances?
We operate to meet our salinity standards. So as far as a specific number outside of the exact objective, we are operating to not exceed that objective or standard.
And do you see it as part of your responsibility and that of your team to come as close as possible to the compliance requirements as you can?
It's important that we don't exceed the standards in D1641. So how close or how not close is not the objective. The objective is not to exceed these standards.
And there's no objective, whatever you want to call it, internal objective on your part to not use more water than you have to in order to meet that standard. Is that correct?
By the nature of influences that are outside of the State Water Project's control, such as tidal cycles, we will at times have additional water in the delta to ensure that we are able to maintain operations and meet compliance requirements and maintain compliance requirements.
Ms. White, isn't it true that the water quality analysis in the final environmental impact report for the DCP assumed that there's no significant impact on Delta water quality from DCP operation so long as the requirements are not, Delta water quality requirements are not violated?
Can we bring up the final environmental impact report?
We have a lot of testimony about it, and if you don't know, then we can move on. But I would appreciate it if to the best of your knowledge, you would tell me whether or not the FEIR assumes that there's no significant impact so long as water quality standards are not violated.
My testimony states that we will operate the Delta Conveyance project to comply with our D1641 standards. And we'd be assessing conditions in real time and making decisions based upon those conditions to not exceed our water quality or D1641 standards.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to a different topic. Could we please pull up DWR 1101 and look at the bottom of page 1, proposed permit term 2? There we go. And if we could scroll down to the next page, please. There you are. So, Ms. White, the first part of this permit term addresses excess conditions in the Delta, correct?
Yes.
And this refers to excess conditions as defined in the Coordinated Operations Agreement between DWR and Reclamation. Is that correct?
It is talking about excess flow conditions when there's available water. It's not essentially excess conditions.
It's not excess conditions as defined in the COA?
Well, if we could scroll back up. Okay, and then scroll back down. It's not explicit here. It's just, yes, it is saying excess condition. It doesn't refer here to the Coordinated Operations Agreement, but as the second sentence states in letter I here, the DCP would be used to capture additional excess flows when the South Delta facilities are limited. So there could be periods in when we define excess, we have defined excess flows are defined in the operations plan.
All right. My understanding is that this refers to excess conditions as in the COA, and balanced conditions is also as stated in the COA, but let's agree to at least perhaps not have the same understanding for the moment. So is it fair to say?
At the risk of not trying to be helpful, I think there's a footnote on item 3 that has the definitions that might be helpful for everyone to be on the same page.
Good.
And you're right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can we scroll down to the footnote, please? And it is in the COA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we scroll back up, please? So, speaking about excess conditions, is it fair to say under these requirements, DWR would use all allowed diversions to the South Delta before diverting water from the DCP facilities?
Yes, we would divert. Yes.
Thank you. And you got into this a little with Mr. Cho, and I think we can clarify this a little. Wouldn't there be times at which DWR still had allowable diversions under the export to inflow ratio, but where restrictions on South Delta pumping, like OMR restrictions, would limit exports at the South Delta, but still allow diversions under the export to inflow ratio?
Yes, depending upon conditions.
Right. So the North Delta diversion would be able to export water that was under the E to I ratio cap, but not available to DWR at the South Delta diversions. Is that correct?
Conceptually, yes. It depends again on the conditions.
Of course. Ms. White, under your reading of this permit term, if DWR South Delta facilities were in full or partial outage, would DWR be able to divert from the North Delta diversion regardless of the general South Delta preference?
Per the nature of this, as I read this permit term, we would be maximizing to the available capacity or regulatory requirement in the South Delta before we would shift diversions or schedule diversions to the North Delta intakes.
So was the answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. See, this is easy. And now looking at number 2, the balanced conditions part of this, of this permit term. As stated, this applies in the months of July, August, and September when the delta is in balanced conditions, doesn't it?
Typically, I mean, those are the solid months when we are in balanced conditions, yes. And it says July through September in the permit term. Mm-hmm.
And there are some months, such as in June or sometimes even in May or in October or November, when the delta is also in balanced conditions. Is that not true?
That is true.
Ms. White, what's your understanding of the rationale for the South Delta preference in balanced conditions?
I don't have information behind the rationale to South Delta, but it's essentially operating our facilities absent the DCP under this balanced.
So you don't understand why this permit term was proposed by DWR?
Well, much of it is and it relates to permit term number 1 is a release of stored water as well. So the rationale behind that is to not move additional water outside of what our current requirements are, absent the Delta Conveyance project.
Are there operational advantages of not having a South Delta preference in October and November?
To Ms. State's testimony.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, Ms. State's testimony.
I didn't ask about her testimony. I'm asking her a simple question, whether there are operational advantages. You know, she's the operator. She's been the operator. She's in charge of operations. From her perspective, are there operational advantages of not having a South Delta preference in October and November?
I don't have an immediate answer to that. I'd have to actually think that one through.
And would the answer be the same for May and June?
When we are in balanced conditions, we've talked about operating the Delta Conveyance facility. We would have the minimum combined exports of our South Delta facilities of 3,000 CFS. And then if there are opportunities to shift, absent opportunities to shift should, under and meet all the bypass criteria and so forth that the Delta Conveyance and conditions would allow, then that is a potential operation. But it's without knowing what conditions actually look like in May and June, October, November, as you stated, it's difficult to explicitly have an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Mullen, could we once again pull up the incidental take permit AHO 65 and turn to page 214, please? And if you'd scroll down, there you are. Ms. Mullen, excuse me, Ms. White, would you look at the first paragraph there and read it to yourself? And let me know when you're done.
I'm finished.
Ms. White, I don't see any temporal limitation in this condition. I see only a limitation on divergence at the North Delta diversions whenever the delta is in balanced conditions. Do you read it differently? Bless you.
I do not see any months that are specifically called out in that first paragraph.
Okay. And can you point to me anywhere else in the ITP that limits the South Delta preference for balanced conditions to the months of July through September?
I cannot outside of what what is being shared. That doesn't mean that it is not in the ITP.
So
Can we scroll down? I don't know. We could even scroll down.
go ahead and scroll down, sure.
Okay. And
I
scroll
will
down.
represent to you that I couldn't find it.
Okay.
And in such case, would DWR then be complying with this condition in all months that the delta was in balanced conditions?
Can you be more specific on what condition? This specific one
The
in the
South Delta
ITP,
preference for balanced conditions?
the proposed permit.
Yes.
Proposed permit. That is a commitment that DWR has made is in that permit term.
I understand, but the permit term is a commitment for 3 months, not for all months. And as I read it, the ITP is a commitment for all months. So perhaps we'll leave it to the attorneys to consider revising the permit term. But there does seem to be a disconnect between what you presented in your testimony and what's in the ITP. Moving on, would transfers be subject to the South Delta preference?
As we sit here today, there's no plan, and I mean, I'm not aware of any changes to how transfers are conveyed through the State Water Project with the DCP.
I guess I don't understand that response. With the DCP, there'd be a different facilities available, and DWR would need to make a choice between conveying them through the South Delta diversions or through the DCP facilities. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's an option based upon capacities and so forth.
And as a general rule, when when there are transfers, is sort of dependent on the fact that there's capacity, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know as you sit here today if during balanced conditions, how DWR would apportion export of state water project water and export of transfer water to its South Delta diversions or the DCP facilities?
We have commitments to when we're using the DCP under balanced conditions during that July through September period that we need to adhere to bypass flow criteria. All the flow criteria is prescribed in the ITP, D1641, and there needs to be the minimum combined exports, South Delta exports of 3,000 CFS. And so those will have to be met in order to be, if we're going to move any water through the North Delta intakes, but it's also dependent upon salinity conditions and so forth. So at this point, there's a lot of conditions in the Delta that, based on your question, I don't know, that would be speculative.
Okay, let's do a hypothetical. Suppose we're in balanced conditions. The State Water Project is exporting 1,500 CFS from banks. The Central Valley Project is exporting 1,500 CFS from Jones. And there's a prospective transfer of 1,000 CFS. Would you consider that the 1,000 CFS, half of it was exported at banks and the other half at the DCP facilities? Would you consider that it all went through the DCP facilities? Would you consider that it all went through banks? Or do you know?
It's difficult to say sitting here today without understanding. Those are all options, as you mentioned, how transfer water could be moved, but I can't say explicitly without knowing from a real-time operations perspective on how that transfer water would be moved.
And so you don't know.
Mr. Schutz, this is very unorthodox, but I have a question about your question.
Okay.
I'm puzzled by this question about transfer water, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what transfer water is. But as I understand it, transfer water would be water other than water diverted under the 4 water rights that are at issue in this proceeding. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
So for your question, are you assuming that there would have been a change petition where the Delta Conveyance, the DCP, was added as a point of rediversion for this water?
There are many manners of ways that this could be done. For example, there's a long-term transfer program under the Yuba Accord that
I'm aware of that one, but DCP is not a point of diversion or rediversion, right?
Well, it isn't yet. I mean,
okay, that's what I was trying to understand. Your hypothetical assumes that there has been some other state water board proceeding in which these points are added as points of rediversion to other water rights.
yes, and that's either done on a long-term basis or a short-term basis typically. Right. And I mean, that's sort of the nature of transfers. And, part of this goes to whether DWR will be charging transferors carriage water requirements or not, or in what percent or to what degree. So I'm just trying to understand how the existence of the DCP facilities is potentially going to influence the transfer market.
Understood. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was following along. And I'm sorry I interrupted. You have 9 minutes. You're welcome to try to get in a few more questions, or if you're ready to break, that's up to you.
Well, I'd love to get done, but there's no way I'm going to get done in 9 minutes. Uh, and I am ready to switch topics, so I think it would probably be smart to stop now if that's okay.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Thank you, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie. I know it's been a long day. At
And
least
thank you, Ms. White, for your answers. Appreciate it.
it's been a long weekend, or it's going to be a long weekend, which is good. We'll see all of you on Tuesday. Before we break, I did want to note, Ms. Carroll, and the rest of all the other parties. My office is sending out a letter, which is an information a request for additional information. I wasn't sure we were going to get it out today, but it looks like we managed it, or we're about to. And it should be coming in. It is related to the request I had floated by you some weeks ago now, where I inartfully said, well, what about post-processing of model results? I expect we may want to have a conversation about this on Tuesday, or when you're ready to have a conversation about it. But I didn't mean to spring it on you literally at 5 o'clock on Friday before a long weekend, which I am doing, but I'm telling you I'm doing it. So hopefully that's sort of a mea culpa. I apologize. But I'm open to having a discussion about that, and all of you will have a chance to see it. So with that, yes, Mr.
Respectfully, Ms. Kenzie, may I make a request? And that
Yes.
is, if you're going to have this discussion, could we schedule that for Wednesday after the briefs are due in the other proceeding?
Yes, because some people might not be able to participate. Well, if Ms. Carroll has clarifying questions, I might answer what the request is. We might get into that. But if I'm going to make any decisions, then yes, I will afford everyone that opportunity.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And with that, are there any other procedural issues before we break until 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning? Mr. Moore, if we can please, Mr. Moore, I saw your hand and now it's down. Would you like us to elevate you? Let's please elevate Mr. Moore. Or grant him audio privileges. That might be easier. Good afternoon.
Hi, Roger Moore for California Water Impact Network. I just was a little unclear about what was said with respect to the next day coming. Mr. Schutz understandably needs more time. I haven't been able to communicate with all the other protestants, but it sounds like there were some other conflicts. I have a conflict myself most of the day, which I'm trying to work out. It sounded like there might not be a full day, but I it didn't seem like that was resolved, and so I just thought it might be helpful to get your sense of what we can expect on our next day and whether it is likely to be a full day or not.
I hesitate to speculate because these are going on longer than I would, but my understanding is that we're going to have Mr. Schutz, and then Ms. Tabor told me about a potential conflict. And now is Ms. Tabor still with us? Can you remind me? Was it the afternoon of Tuesday, the afternoon, or Wednesday?
It was the morning, pardon me, the morning of the 28th. I'm fine on Tuesday, so.
Neither. It was neither afternoon. It was the morning of the 28th. Now I'm actually writing this down. So it sounds like we will get to complete Mr. Schutz, go to Ms. Tabor, and then we can make an assessment of where we are at that point. Mr. Moore, if you would prefer to wait until the 28th, I think we can accommodate that.
Thank you.
Is that the preference?
That would be my preference. I know, other protestants have needs too. I'm far from the only one with a crazy schedule, and I don't want to be presumptuous. So I assume we'll be the protestants' representatives will be in touch and
You can work it out. I guess here's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm trying to.
appreciate your flexibility.
Sure. What I'm trying to reflect is I don't mind having a fairly full day on Wednesday. If that makes sense, we can shift the burden off of Tuesday. We just have to, of course, get done. So the commitment is we're going to be done by the end of the 28th. But if we get to a point where we collectively can agree, okay, we can take a break a few hours early on the 27th, that's fine with me. So I will leave it to all of you to try to work together on that. Ms. Carroll, please.
I didn't have a time estimate for Mr. Moore, if we could get one.
I had an old one of maybe, no, that's not accurate. Mr. Moore, do you have a time estimate for this panel?
It probably won't be very long. I'll say half an hour, just to be conservative, to be an hour, but I'll try to keep it as.
Thank you. Are there any other questions before we break for our long weekend? All right. I will see you at 9 a.m. on Tuesday morning, and we are adjourned.